morning. All right, we good to go here? All right, let's see. It's on. Good morning and welcome to the Tuesday, August 5th, 2025 Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. I now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hara, County Judge.
Present.
Roderick Miles Jr., Commissioner Precinct 1.
Here.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Matt Krause, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4. Constitutes a quorum.
All right, today's invocation will be led by Stephen Emmerich, the Associate Pastor of Mercy Culture Church in Fort Worth. Please rise for the invocation and pledges to our flags.
Before we pray, I just wanted to honor your service. Scripture tells us that God handpicks our governors, our leaders, and so thank you for your service. Thank you for your leadership, and we just appreciate you. We honor you. Let's pray. Father, I thank you that your word declares that the earth is yours and the fullness thereof, the world and everyone that lives in it. And so we don't take that declaration lightly, Lord. I pray for our leaders. I pray for those who govern. I pray for every precinct that's represented. I pray for everyone in this county, Lord. And I thank you that we have leaders that are willing to serve and lead all people in Tarrant County, not just in their precincts. And so we just invite you in. We say, have your way. We want your wisdom in every decision. We know there's important things that need to be decided on, important things that need to be discussed. I pray for every speaker. I pray for every decision that be made would be made with the wisdom of God. And so, Holy Spirit, have your way. This court is yours. This county is yours. This world is yours. In Jesus' name, amen.
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 Thank you. Please join me as we pledge allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to our flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated. Well, before we start off here, I know we have some agenda announcements, but I just want to say for what you had to deal with, y'all have done a pretty good job, I would say a fantastic job of putting this together and making it go. So thank you, staff, facilities, for your hard work. This is not a bad setup here for what we're dealing with, so thank y'all.
Absolutely. Judge, you beat me to the punch. I was going to say almost the exact same thing. I think y'all's staff has done an outstanding job in a very short time to move an entire Commissioners Court operation over to a completely different building and a completely different room. So thank you to all of the staff that's been involved in this. They've done a spectacular job. So thank you for recognizing that, Judge. A couple of agenda announcements for today. Okay, here we go. So we have several items that have been pulled from consent. I'm going to list those out here. So the first one is item B1 under archives. Items C2 and C5 under the auditor section. D3 under budget and risk management. I3 under facilities management. Item L1, that's under human resources. Item M1 under information technology. And then item O46 under purchasing. Court members, as a note, item F1, we're going to hold that item until after closed so we can receive a legal briefing. And then finally, Commissioners Court, item H2 under election, we are not asking the court to take action on that item today.
So is H2 a consent item?
It was, yes, sir.
Okay, so H2 is off altogether,
Correct.
and F1 held until after close.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any announcements from the court?
Yes, sir, I do. I would like to just
remind everybody that our Alzheimer's education seminar is coming up on August the 25th. It will be held at Tarrant County College Trinity River campus. The time is 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. You can contact either one of my offices to register, or you can go on social media and there is a flyer with a QR code and you can register there. This is a very valuable resource that we're giving to the community. And I think everybody who has a loved one that they've caregived for should attend. As a survivor, as a caregiver who survived my father passing from dementia and Alzheimer's, I can't tell you how valuable this seminar is, how it helped me and my family. And I think about individuals who may not have the support system that I had when we were going through the process of my dad transitioning with Alzheimer's. I can only imagine it was hard on us. And I can't even imagine or fathom how difficult it is for individuals who don't have a support system. So this is a resource that we're providing free for the community to get informed, to get educated, and to get the support that you need.
August 23rd, right?
25th,
25th. All right, where at?
Tarrant County College, Trinity River campus.
Excellent. All right, anybody have anything else?
Yes. On Saturday, the 26th of July, my Precinct 2 team hosted a free community paper shredding event. It's one of many ways that we make services accessible and meaningful to the public over in Precinct 2. So we offered residents a safe and convenient way to dispose of sensitive documents while promoting sustainability and protecting the environment. So we didn't just shred paper, we delivered impact. So in Arlington, we shredded 4.7 tons. In Mansfield, another 3.6 tons. We had these at both of the parking lots of both sub-courthouses. And that's over 8 tons of paper diverted from our landfills, saving 141 trees and keeping more than 16,000 pounds of waste out of the trash stream. So I want to thank my incredible staff, led by my Strategic Initiatives Manager, Valerie Hill, for their hard work in organizing these events and ensuring everything ran smoothly. This is what community-centered government looks like, working together to protect privacy, preserve resources, and serve the people of Tarrant County. So thanks to my team. That's it. Thank you.
Judge, I do need to make a correction. Apparently, I need to be wearing my glasses up here because I got the date wrong.
Oh,
It's
boy.
actually August 23rd, not the 25th. Saturday, August 23rd. You were right, Judge. You must remember
I was
when
trying
I
to
told
help you out there, so,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Got something?
Yes, thanks, Judge. Mark your calendars. October 2nd will be Empowering Seniors. So the judge and our office are collaborating together for that. It's a great time. Lots of exhibitors, lots of sponsors. We had our kickoff just a couple of weeks ago that went really well. I want to thank the judge's office and my office for all the work they did for that. Still room for sponsors and still room for exhibitors. So visit the website. I think it's just empoweringseniors.com. Would love to have you there and to participate, but this is a great resource for senior citizens in Tarrant County. Gary Fickus started this many years ago, and so it's kind of a continuation of his legacy as well, and so we want to continue to do it and do it well. But please mark your calendars, October 2nd at the Will Rogers Convention Center, and we'd love to have you there.
Thank you. Do those TVs right there, can people, is that what's on our screen? Okay, next up, we have proclamations, resolutions, and presentations. The first is a resolution recognizing the historical legacy and honoring the life and achievements of Robert Snake LeGrand. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you. Snake passed away last week. His funeral was last week. I've known Snake for decades and decades, and many people can say that it was abundantly evident at the service. And I think I'm not sure which speaker, it may have been his daughter, that said, everybody claims Snake as a best friend. But he was a friend to my family and just everybody in the Arlington and Tarrant County community. And so I wanted to honor him and his legacy with this resolution. And he does have family here. His wife is here. Y'all can stay there for now until I read this. Gloria LeGrand, if you'll stand up. Lisa LeGrand, his daughter. And Lisa, I think you have another last name. Or okay. And Chris LeGrand, his son. And grandchildren, Madison LeGrand, Morgan LeGrand, and Taylor Jenkins. And I'm missing one more. Leo. Thank y'all for being here. So, recognizing the historic legacy and honoring the life and achievements of Robert Snake LeGrand. Whereas Robert Snake LeGrand is a celebrated and significant public figure in Tarrant County and in Texas, and a recognized trailblazer in national college sports. And whereas Robert LeGrand's achievements and community work over the course of a lifetime have impacted generations of young athletes to practice, service, courage, and resilience. And Robert LeGrand passed away July 20th, 2025, leaving his family, friends, community, state, and nation in utter sadness and profound bereavement. And whereas this overwhelming grief is rooted in Robert LeGrand's historic accomplishment as the first African-American NCAA Division I head coach in Texas, and as the first Black head coach at the University of Texas at Arlington. And whereas Robert LeGrand led UTA men's basketball team to 3 winning seasons and to an unprecedented appearance in the 1981 National Invitation Tournament, and the first UTA coach to do so. And whereas at that time, neither UTA nor the Southland Conference were considered powerhouses in men's college basketball. Thus, Coach LeGrand's NIT appearance sparked excitement among fans and extensive media coverage, and eventually became known as one of the 20 greatest men's college basketball moments in North Texas history. And whereas Coach LeGrand is a founder of UTA's Moving Maps men's wheelchair basketball team, which has won 13 national championships in its 35-year history. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Tarrant County Commissioners Court, do hereby call upon all citizens to remember Robert Snake LeGrand's historic achievements and his impact on students and basketball fans across this nation. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 5th day of August 2025. If you'll join me in giving a hand to Coach Snake LeGrand, and if you all will come forward. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, by show of hands, if it's a yes, please raise your hand. Okay, passes unanimously, 4-0. And we are very, very sorry for your loss. Hi. Good.
I may, I just wanted to say a couple of words and thank the County Commissioners Court for this proclamation or resolution. And I have to say that my husband was what I considered a lover. He loved his family, he loved his country, he loved the county. We've always lived in Tarrant County. And we so appreciate the show of support that we have seen over the past 2 weeks. And so with that said, thank you guys.
And
Thank you very
Mrs.
much.
LeGrand?
Thank you, Gloria.
Mrs. LeGrand, I just wanted you to know, I took a tour of UTA in 2015, and one of the first things they told me about was your husband and that 1981 run to the NIT and how awesome that was. And then I got to meet some of the moving Mavs later on that day, and they talked about your husband so reverentially, like he hung the moon. And so his legacy continues to live on. And so it's an honor to have y'all here today, and thank you to you and your family for being here, what y'all have given to our community.
All right, thank you very much. All right, next we have a congratulatory resolution recognizing Daryl Gamboa for 30 years of service in the Tarrant County IT Department. Commissioner Simmons.
Yes. Well, I'm happy for Daryl, I guess. This is bittersweet. He is a fixture in Precinct 2, and he is going to be missed. He is our IT support person, and so we had a little gathering for him yesterday, and it was heartwarming to see all the people that stopped by and wished him a farewell. So, Daryl, here we go. I think I got my last request in yesterday before I have to dial the support number now. So, recognizing Daryl Gamboa for 30 years of service to Tarrant County Information Technology Department. Whereas Daryl Gamboa began his career with Tarrant County in November 1995 as one of 2 instructors to establish what was then known as the Data Services Software Training Center. And whereas this Data Services Software Training Center is now Tarrant County Information Technology Department, and this department now serves more than 3,000 employees with information and storage management. And whereas Daryl Gamboa helped to roll out ESS, Tarrant County's SAP self-service portal, by training county employees to use the system, a self-styled ESS commando, as he served as one of the first county employees to navigate this new SAP application and then to teach all other employees its functions. And whereas Daryl Gamboa has supported 6 different versions of the Windows operating system, Windows for Workgroups, Windows 95, Windows NT, Windows XP, Windows 7, Windows 10, and whereas Daryl Gamboa in 1998 also became Tarrant County's first remote desktop support technician, he has served 4 Precinct 2 commissioners, working initially for Commissioner Marty Van Ravensway, then former commissioners Andy Wynn, Devin Allen, and now for Commissioner Lisa Simmons. And whereas Daryl Gamboa has served his 29 years, 7 months, and 8 days with an upbeat spirit, a smile on his face, and joke ready to tell, always trying to bring a little joy to everyone he worked with. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby celebrate Daryl Gamboa on his outstanding and meritorious service as specialist, customer support lead, and extend best wishes upon his retirement. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 5th day of August, 2025. I move approval.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve that resolution. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. Passes unanimously.
Thanks, Daryl. Thanks for everything.
It's been a wonderful career here at Tarrant County. It's been the best job ever. It's the greatest job. When I come into a department, it's to choruses of Daryl, and you just can't beat it. It's been a terrific career here. And it's been the people that I work with that have made it so special. So thank you very much. I'm so grateful to have worked here. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Daryl.
All right, next item on the agenda is a resolution recognizing Sharon Downs for outstanding public service. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you. So I have a series of resolutions here. To recognize those folks in the Human Services Department who are retiring. The Human Services Department staff possess invaluable institutional knowledge, expertise, and relationships within the community. They understand the complex needs of our diverse population and have worked hard to deliver aid to those in need. And for that, I'd like to recognize the members of the department, most who are reluctantly retiring from their careers after unexpectedly and unceremoniously being told they would not have their careers on September 30th. In addition to offering my sincere apologies for the jarring manner in which you guys learned your careers would be ending, that apology extends to each retiree, but also to your colleagues who are still holding it down at work and making time to search for new jobs. I want to celebrate your service today with a resolution of gratitude. In the 19th chapter of Leviticus, verses 9 through 10, God tells us, when you reap the harvest of your land, do not go over your vineyard a second time to pick up the grapes that have fallen. Leave them for the poor and the foreigner. I am the Lord your God. And that message is to all of us. But to the entire Human Services staff, they have dedicated their lives to helping the poor gather the leftover grapes. And I want to say thank you all for representing the county with compassion and effective service. So I think I have 7 resolutions today. I'm not sure if they are all here. But out of respect, I'm going to read all 7 of them out of respect for them individually and their careers. So I'm not sure if Sharon Downs is here. Sharon.
She is here.
Is she? Oh, oh, Lord. Yes. So, whereas Sharon Downs is an experienced social service worker, case manager, and transformational leader who has been employed by Tarrant County Human Services Department for 30 years and 9 months. And whereas Sharon Downs compassionately and skillfully led Tarrant County's Human Services Department as its assistant director for 2 of these past 30 years, and retired from this role July 31st, 2025. And whereas Sharon Downs began her public service as a caseworker in October 1994 with a sincere desire, commitment, and plan to address housing insecurity, assist with gas, water, and electric needs, and to encourage skills development among Tarrant County's lowest income mothers, foster youth, military veterans, and those with disabilities. And whereas case management is a vital link in an overall plan to stabilize families and move them towards self-sufficiency, and such work requires the skills of licensed professionals. And whereas the diligent work of Sharon Downs, a licensed baccalaureate social worker, led to her promotion in August 2013 to assistant supervisor of 17 employees, and her demonstrated leadership led to her promotion in 2023 to assistant director of human services. And whereas in these roles, Sharon Downs developed the professionalism of the department by recruiting licensed social workers, promoting professional practices, and encouraging participation in the county's leadership development program. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby celebrate Sharon Downs on her outstanding and meritorious service as Assistant Director of Tarrant County's Human Services Department, and extend best wishes upon her retirement. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 5th day of August 2025. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this one? All right, seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Passes unanimously. Where's that one? Okay, got it.
Good morning to everyone. First, I'd like to thank God for being my Lord and Savior, who has given me and embedded in me the spirit of wisdom, understanding, resilience, and perseverance during my employment here at Tarrant County. You know, a lot of times we think we apply for a job. When I applied, we were still handwriting applications. Now we moved up to a higher technology. But I always felt that it wasn't just a job, it wasn't just a title, it was an assignment that I lined myself up with a passion to serve people, no matter, we have a cultural diversity environment, to serve them with dignity, respect, and provide confidentiality in everything that we do. And as our department, we provide rent, mortgage, utility, hygiene assistance. And as I retire, I reflect back on that's something futuristic. We have had staff, previous staff, we have current staff who have always been devoted to providing the services and the needs of our community. Futuristically, I would still like to see that occur for residents. Make sure that not just the precincts, not just the communities, making sure that everyone has accessibility to services, making sure that we understand those that have, making sure they have access to mobility, if they're having a mobility impairment, make sure that that's provided to them, as well as transportation, because we all know that transportation is an issue in some of those areas. I would just like to see that continue, whatever we can do as Tarrant County residents, Tarrant County officials, to continue to see those services provided to those people who are in so much need. Also, I would like to thank my family, because they were always concerned about me when I work late hours on the weekends. My adult children, Larry, Noel, and Camille, and also my grandchildren. But most important, I had another family that I work with. Some of them are present today, and they're going to be recognized. We have Lisa Morton, who's our immediate past director, who's here with us. Michelle Heckman, who's our financial and systems analyst. We have Ron Silas, Aaron Johnson, and Eric Bodner. Those employees that are not present today or may be watching, I give them ownership for the success of this department. It's just not one person. It's working collectively, having visionaries following the mission statement of Tarrant County. Thank you so much for this recognition today.
Thank you.
All right, the next one is a resolution recognizing Lisa Silsky for outstanding public service. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you. Not sure if, is Lisa here, Sharon? Okay. All right, I'm going to read her resolution into the record. This is a resolution recognizing Lisa Silsky for outstanding public service. Whereas Lisa Silsky, case aide in the Tarrant County Human Services Department, began her career as an administrative assistant with Tarrant County on July 29th, 1985. And whereas Lisa Silsky provided a high level of customer service and commitment to Tarrant County patrons who entered, called, or emailed the Human Services Department. And whereas Lisa Silsky's compassionate and diligent work ethic caused her to be promoted to case aide, further serving human services clients with fairness and dedication and with dignity and respect. And whereas Lisa Silsky retired on July 31st, 2025, after working 40 years for Tarrant County and for the same county department. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby celebrate Lisa Silsky on her meritorious service as case aide in the Tarrant County Human Services Department and extend best wishes upon her retirement. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 5th day of August 2025. I move approval.
All right, I'll second. We have a motion and a second on this. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Are we moving on to the next one now?
Yes.
Okay, next one is a resolution recognizing Eric Boatner for outstanding public service. Commissioner Simmons.
Is Eric here? Hey, Eric. All right. Whereas Mr. Eric Boatner, an information verification specialist in the Tarrant County Human Services Department, began his career with Tarrant County on August 24th, 1995, and whereas he will retire on September 30th, 2025, after 30 years of public service to the Tarrant County Human Services Department. And whereas Eric Boatner completed a high volume of SUAP appointments, quality reviews, and certifications of applicants seeking shelter and utility assistance from Tarrant County Human Services. And whereas Mr. Boatner also provided Texas Workforce Commission and the state's Department of Health and Human Services with data to assist in determining eligibility for assistance. And whereas Eric Boatner worked collaboratively with families of deceased individuals, funeral homes, and Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office to best serve those who sought assistance from the Deceased Paupers Program. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize Mr. Eric Boatner on his outstanding service as an information verification specialist in the Tarrant County Human Services Department and extend best wishes for success, happiness, and good health upon his retirement. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 5th day of August, 2025. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this one? All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. All right, passes unanimously.
To God be all the glory for all the things that he has done. To this great Commissioner's Court and to all of its members, our county judge, to my commissioner who met me here. And I just want to say that being employed by Tarrant County has been one of the greatest joys of my life. I always say that I was employed by Tarrant County, but I worked for the good people of Tarrant County every day. My wife could not be here, neither my 2 adult sons, but every day when God allowed me to arise and be in my right mind and have the faculties of my body in proper working order, I remember that I'm going to work because I'm going to serve the good people of Tarrant County. I'm going to serve my family and to make my family proud of me and to do a good job. And so it's with bittersweetness on today. I'm a sensitive kind of guy. I cry a lot. I cried at my retirement application meeting. And I'm crying today because I see a part of my life ceasing. But there are new opportunities that I'm not waiting for anyone else to create. I'm going to create them myself.
Amen.
Amen.
I serve as the senior pastor of the Bethlehem Church of God in Christ, 4400 Wilbarger Street, Fort Worth, in the historic Eastwood community of Fort Worth. A vacuum will be filled. And I'm going to make sure that the underserved and possibly forgotten are going to be served by the ministry that I lead. And I'm asking God to give me the strength, the courage, the fortitude, the resilience, and the wisdom to go forward in serving continually the good people of Tarrant County. So thank you for this time. Thank you for this opportunity. Jesus did tell his disciples, I was naked, you clothed me. I was sick, you came to see me.
Yes.
I was in jail, you visited me. I was hungry, and you fed me. And they said, Jesus, when did we see you in these particular situations? He said, well, when you saw the least of my little ones, and you did it unto them, he said, you are also doing it unto me.
Yes.
So that's what I'm going to do. I'm 60 years old until I'm 99 and a half. I'm going to keep on working for the good people of Tarrant County. Be blessed.
Amen.
Amen.
The next resolution recognizes Aaron Johnson for outstanding public service. Commissioner Simmons.
Hey, Aaron. All right. Whereas Aaron Johnson, a social worker 2 in the Tarrant County Human Services Department, began his career with the county on September 18, 1997, and whereas Aaron Johnson will retire September 30th, 2025, after 28 years of service to Tarrant County and to its most vulnerable residents, and whereas Mr. Johnson assisted applicants with completing documents and advocated for those with disabilities, and whereas Aaron Johnson addressed housing insecurity, preventing many families from becoming homeless by assisting with issuing housing vouchers, and whereas Mr. Johnson also maintained families' utilities, ensuring they were not disconnected, whereas due to his outstanding and compassionate work, Aaron Johnson received thank you notes from many, many mothers, fathers, and children. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby celebrate Mr. Aaron Johnson, his outstanding and meritorious service as a social worker 2, and extend best wishes upon his retirement. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 5th day of August 2025. Mr. Johnson, if you would come down. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Appreciate the honor. Appreciate it for working with Tarrant County for 28 years, and I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next resolution recognizes Beatrice Rivas for outstanding public service. Commissioner Simmons.
Okay. Whereas Beatrice Rivas, Assistant Supervisor in the Tarrant County Human Services Department, began her career with Tarrant County on October 1st, 1997, and whereas during her employment, Beatrice Rivas continued her formal education and earned a degree in social work, and further became a licensed social worker. And whereas her excellent skills, professionalism, and commitment to Tarrant County patrons led to her promotion to social worker 2 on February 19, 2011. And 13 years later, Beatrice Rivas's leadership within the department led to her promotion to Assistant Supervisor on January 20th, 2024. Whereas on July 31st, 2025, after offering 28 years of meritorious service to Tarrant County Human Services Department and the residents of Tarrant County, Beatrice Rivas retired. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby celebrate Beatrice Rivas on her outstanding service as Assistant Supervisor in the Tarrant County Human Services Department, and do extend our best wishes for continued success, happiness, and good health. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 5th day of August 2025. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. Passes unanimous, well, I'm assuming passes unanimously.
All right, thank you.
Not present.
Not present.
Okay. The next resolution is recognizing Mary Gutierrez for outstanding public service, Commissioner Simmons.
Okay, Mary is not present, but I'm happy to acknowledge her outstanding public service. Whereas Mary Gutierrez, a social worker too in the Tarrant County Human Services Department, began her career with Tarrant County on June 26, 1995. And whereas she will retire on September 30th, 2025, after working 30 years for Tarrant County's Human Services Department. And whereas for decades, Mary Gutierrez assisted county residents with disabilities to access basic needs of shelter and utility assistance. And whereas Ms. Gutierrez also assisted aging adults to access utility vouchers during summer and winter months. And whereas due to her excellent skills, outstanding leadership, and consistency, Mary Gutierrez was promoted from Social Worker 1 to Social Worker 2. And whereas on June 11, 2022, she was further promoted to Assistant Supervisor in the Human Services Department. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize Mary Gutierrez on her outstanding service as Assistant Supervisor in the Tarrant County Human Services Department and extend best wishes for success, happiness, and good health upon her retirement. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 5th day of August 2025. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion here? All in favor, please raise your hand. Passes unanimously. The final resolution today is a resolution recognizing Ronald Salas for outstanding public service. Commissioner Simmons.
Okay, hey, Ronald. All right. Whereas Ronald Salas, an Administrative Assistant 2 in the Tarrant County Human Services Department, began his career with Tarrant County on December 14th, 2010. And whereas he will retire on September 30th, 2025, after 14 years and 9 months of outstanding service to Tarrant County and to its most vulnerable residents. And whereas among his most notable achievements are the maintenance of a high volume of department case files and mail, and he processed and completed these functions with excellence and extraordinary attention to detail. And whereas Ronald Salas takes pride in his uncommon punctuality and attendance at work for 15 continuous years now. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby celebrate Ronald Salas, his outstanding and meritorious service as an Administrative Assistant 2, and extend best wishes upon his retirement. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 5th day of August 2025. I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion here? All in favor, please raise your hand. Passes unanimously.
Thank you. I just want to thank Tarrant County for hiring me. I appreciate it. I have 5 years service, 15 for the county, and it's like losing part of my family. I want to miss them. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. All right, we are now, before we move to consent, we are going to take a short break. So I have that it is 10:55. Let's try to get back in here by 11:02 at the latest. We are now in recess. Okay, are we live? We good? Can anybody tell? Chandler, are we live? Okay, are we always live as soon as I do that? Okay. All right. Please be patient with me today. There are a lot of speakers, but they're scattered all over, and we've had several things pulled from consent, so I will, if I miss one, up here, speak up and tell me I missed one, but I'll try to get it all right. We now move to the consent, which has been heavily altered. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
We
Second.
have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion on the amended consent agenda? All right, all in favor of the amended consent agenda, please raise your hand. All right, passes unanimously. Brings us to the first item of what we call the regular agenda. That's A1, consideration of the developer-awarded project agreement between Tarrant County Hospital District and J.T. Vaughn Construction.
Yes, sir. This is just a request from JPS. As the court's aware, per our policy, anytime a construction contract or an agreement is over $500,000, that has to come to the court for final approval. This is part of the psychiatric emergency center project. It specifically has to do with the material supervision and planning for a public utility water line improvements.
Move for approval. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Brings us to A2, receive and file petition for the creation of Tarrant County Freshwater Supply District Number 3 and set time and place for a public hearing for the creation of the district.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Since you're up there, would you like to chime in with anything?
Sure, I just want to state that this particular district is almost identical in procedural and structure to the PMB district that was created approximately 6 to 8 months ago. This particular property is located directly to the east of the PMB property and consists of approximately 322 acres. These districts are governed by the Water Code and are a means to provide water, wastewater, infrastructure, and drainage services to rural or unincorporated areas. Excuse me. If this petition is approved today, a public hearing will be set and held on September the 3rd. And after that hearing, a request to formally create the district and appointment of the Board of Supervisors will happen on that same date.
Okay, anybody have any questions, comments on this agenda item? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, passes unanimously. Next up is item A3, which consideration of an order designated the frequency in which the Commissioner Court will convene in regular term during fiscal year 26.
Move for approval.
We have a motion, I'll second that. So we have a motion and a second to adopt this calendar. We do have some speakers. Megan, are you talking about this item?
Obviously you can see from the court communication and the proposed calendar that this is a difference from the previous calendar and that it drops the meeting frequency down to 1 meeting per month instead of 2, with the exceptions of August and September, which is to help gear up for the budget season process. And that we took a look at the data, and we also just want to mention and remind the court that the ability to call special called meetings is still out there. And if for some reason this proposed schedule does not work out, that the court has the flexibility and the ability to revise the schedule at a later date.
Okay, any questions for Megan before I bring up speakers?
What's the rationale?
The rationale, again, this is a proposed schedule, but intended for discussion by the court. But we looked at the data from the last fiscal year and the court meeting schedule and put a calendar together that we thought was feasible. In addition to that, the current process for the agenda takes about 2 weeks to put together, and that draft agenda is then obviously given to our court members. There's a new legislative change that goes into effect on September the 1st, That requires the agenda to now be posted 3 business days in advance and not 72 hours in advance, which changes the posting date. So this will obviously elongate the process to make sure that we're able to produce items for court and that the court members have the capability to review those items before court takes place.
It's 3 business days.
Yes, sir. We will be
And
posting
so-
the agenda.
So if it's 3 business days, you can't count 72 hours anymore.
No, sir. We
So
will
3
be
business days would be, you have to
Wednesday at
put it out on Wednesday.
11:59. Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Wednesday at 11:59 p.m., the agenda will need to be posted,
Got it.
no longer Fridays.
All right, other questions or comments before speakers?
I have a comment, Judge.
Yeah.
As a member of the Commissioners Court, I oppose the proposal to reduce our regular meetings to once a month. This change would have far-reaching consequences for transparency, community engagement, and the effective governance of one of the largest counties in the nation. Reducing the frequency of our meetings undermines government transparency and accountability, in my opinion. Holding court only once a month limits the public's opportunity to hear deliberations, provide input, and remain informed about decisions that impact their daily lives. It also obscures how taxpayer dollars are being spent and how we are prioritizing county services. This proposed reduction would delay critical decision-making. County business is dynamic and time-sensitive. Whether it's approving contracts, addressing emergency responses, or funding critical community programs, Tarrant County cannot afford unnecessary delays caused by an inflexible meeting schedule. It also limits community access and engagement, and I think that that's the most important part for me. Residents rely on regular court meetings as a platform to voice their concerns, celebrate community milestones, and hold their government accountable. Reducing these opportunities sends the wrong message that constituent voices can wait. That is not who we are, and it's not how we should serve. Furthermore, it contradicts the scale and complexity of our operations. Tarrant County serves over 2 million people and oversees health, justice, infrastructure, and public safety systems that demand consistent oversight. A monthly schedule does not reflect the urgency or magnitude of the issues we are entrusted to manage. Let's also be honest about the privilege and responsibility of our roles as elected officials. We are well compensated to serve. Our constituents deserve more than our presence once a month. They deserve consistent, committed, and responsive leadership. Lastly, this move sets a harmful precedent. Tarrant County should be leading by example, not lowering the standard for local governance. Fewer meetings will only disrupt the work of departments that rely on timely approvals and leadership decisions.
One moment, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Who is jacking with this? Okay.
We good, sir?
Well, we're saying we're in executive session at the moment.
Oh.
We keep flipping back and forth between screens.
Okay.
Sorry, Commissioner Miles.
You're fine.
Go ahead.
The bottom line is this: reducing our meeting schedule weakens democracy, slows progress, and deprives our residents of access to their government. It does not reflect our duty to serve. We must uphold the integrity of our offices and meet regularly to ensure that government is working for all the people, all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the court members before our speakers?
My question, if I may, Judge,
Yes?
my question's for the auditor and budget. I know last time we had discussions about the schedule. Largely, any complication was, or any concern was from the auditor and budget office about monthly expenditures, writing checks every week. So have those concerns been assuaged or anything like that during this process? And have y'all studied what this meeting schedule's implications would be?
We've worked with the DA's office to come up with a solution. We expanded the order that was already in place to allow for us to continue to process payments, especially those that may be within the 30-day period and we could be facing late fees. The other thing that we also included that is some authority that's allowed in the statute for the budget officer to make selected appropriation adjustments and ratified later.
This item is on the agenda today for y'all to vote on.
Right. It was on the consent as well.
So I'm willing to give it a try from the standpoint of I am regularly talking to staff about what can we do here, what can we do over there, what can we put together, and it's so agenda heavy that it keeps them from being able to go look at stuff and research stuff and come up with different ideas about how to do things, including our facilities, for example. We've got constant requests for people to move from here to there and here to there, and we've got 2 buildings that are about to be empty, and there's one group that wants to move and remodel this, and another group wants to move to remodel this, and we don't have an all-encompassing plan for what we should do with our facilities and our buildings, which they need time to work on. My personal duties, I'm on so many boards and commissions and things. It's one day that I'm not going to be doing something, but I think I'd like to see it knowing we have, I can call a meeting when we need to call a meeting. By law, I can call a meeting, and I think I have to give, I guess now it has to be 3 business days, not 72 hours. There are provisions of the law that allow an emergency meeting, but also 3 commissioners can get together to call for a meeting in the event that I wouldn't call a meeting on something we need to call a meeting over. So I'm willing to try it. I don't know if it will work, but I know there was a lot of trepidation about the first one when we went from 4 times a month to 2 times a month, and that seemed to work out from my perspective, so I'm willing to give it a shot.
Yeah, and Commissioner Ramirez, I think you asked the critical question, will this impact the functionality of the county at all? And that was my big question when this was proposed. And from what I understand, it won't. Tax Assessor Collector Barnes as well, I wanted to make sure that he was going to be okay, and it sounds like he's going to be able to do his work as well. So, and Commissioner Miles, I share some of the concerns, but I don't see that this lacks transparency or accountability or engagement. If anything, I think it more focuses it and gives people an opportunity to really understand and digest what's going to come up at every meeting, so it's not as maybe as haphazard. Sometimes you're here for 2 weeks and then something else pops up 2 weeks. It's one time a month. You know you're going to be there. You know when it is. You know what the calendar is. So in some ways, I think it might actually focus community engagement more than the others. But I'm also, if not everybody's willing to go along with it, this is not a hill I'm going to die on. I just can see some efficiency and effectiveness with it. So if the court says no, I'm happy to go to keep doing 2 times a week. But I'm happy to explore this as well, knowing we can come right back and undo it if it seems unworkable or we hit some roadblocks we hadn't anticipated earlier.
I appreciate your comments, and I understand your position. Thank you.
So it is essential for this court to be present and available to vote on county business and to allow the community more than one day a month, just 16 times a year, to directly voice their concerns to the body that governs this county. We signed up for this. We ran for office. And on top of that, we get paid handsomely to serve you. And minimizing that to one day a month on this dais to tell you what we've done all month is not acceptable to me. It's paramount for the public to have the opportunity to raise concerns and be heard at the public meeting. It just doesn't serve the public interest. And furthermore, court meetings occur at 10 a.m., unlike school boards and city councils. People work. Not everybody's retired. I appreciate all the good retirees that come down here and voice their opinion. We probably, and I said this a long time ago, should be doing one of these at night, at the very least. But eliminating a meeting is just not it. I mean, we're meeting 2 days a month, 2 days a month. And county staff preparation is important, and this will require even more from staff on more policy and procedural issues in shorter time periods than previously considered. This will lead to longer court meetings, longer wait times for vendors who proposed on a project or supplies or whatever to learn the results of their bid, longer wait times for vendors to get paid. And really, when this was proposed going to 2 meetings a month, this county staff literally freaked out. We showed you how it could work. It worked. 1 meeting that's a bridge too far.
All right, anybody else before we bring up speakers? All right, Bishop Kirkland is first. Following Bishop Kirkland is Catherine Godby. Where is their clock? Where do they see a clock?
It's right
there. Okay.
Preposterous, unacceptable. Because you need to do building maintenance and building repair. Ridiculous. Each of you make over $200K a month. You just gave yourselves a 3% cost of living raise in October and forgot about a lot of people in this room who didn't get one, of course, but the sheriff's office did, but that's another subject later. You can't listen to your constituency for twice a month, making $224,000 a month?
A year.
A year, thank you. You know this, we know it's a horse and pony show, but at least appease us. I don't want to hear how much time it makes to develop this schedule. We pay you people, and we pay you good money. This is insane, it's ugly, and it's disrespectful. What are you people doing? All the software we hear, every meeting, how much we pay for software. And you can't use all this fancy software to go next door and knock and say we need to get this item together? The sheriff doesn't even come to this meeting. And he makes $218K a year. The last meeting we had, we were here till almost 3 o'clock, the very last meeting. My daddy's called it supper time. We're gonna be here past supper time to breakfast time if we move to once a month.
Mm-hmm.
This is disrespectful. It's wrong. It's a cloak. It's a cover up. And it makes it easy for you not to look at our, not that you're gonna listen to us. I'm past that. That ain't my point. I'm like Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel. My point ain't to change you. My point is to cry out. Because one day you're gonna stand before the master and he gonna say, what did you do for the least of these? I understand what you're doing for the greater of the Tarrant County. But the question's gonna be asked. When I was hungry, Pastor, you didn't feed me. When I was sick from mental disease, you put me in the county jail and killed me. So now we're at the place where what little bit you've left in our hands, now you've taken that away. And then you tell us, boy, take that and go over there and sit on the box and be happy. This Negro ain't happy. I think it's wrong. I think it's disrespectful. And each of you should be ashamed. And if it takes you 3 days to create an agenda, take 3 days to complete.
Ms. Godby, Following Ms. Godby is Harriet Harrell.
I've been coming to this court for 3 years, since August of 2022. I really don't like coming here, but it's something that feels important to do. The first 3 words of the preamble to the United States Constitution are "We the people." Those 3 words affirm that the government exists to serve its citizens, not the other way around. This feels like an anti-democratic move. I can't help but be a little cynical about it. Is it because you find it unpleasant to hear from the public? If so, that would make perfect sense. I can imagine that it is unpleasant at times. But as has been mentioned, you do make the big bucks. I don't think the Fort Worth City Council makes anywhere near what you bring in, and they meet publicly quite a bit. I'm thinking that facing unpleasant things might be part of the job description for $250,000, almost. We're supposed to hold you accountable, the public is. But it's really hard to do in Tarrant County because you make everything difficult. You make it very opaque to get any information. I'm told that San Antonio's having a series of budget town halls, and what a great idea. But I probably don't see that happening here in Tarrant County. A friend said that meeting monthly really seems like something a small rural county would do, a county that didn't have a lot going on. It wasn't very busy. This is just a move in the wrong direction. I have no respect for what you're trying to do here.
Dr. Harrell is next, following Dr. Harrell, Levon Cockrell.
I'm speaking today as a Tarrant County resident and stakeholder as defined in our county's mission and vision statements. Let me read them for you. Our mission is to work collaboratively with our external and internal stakeholders to improve the satisfaction of residents and businesses through the effective and efficient provision of services. And the vision? To be financially responsible with county resources and efficient in service delivery. We commit to a culture of innovation, excellence, and transparency while providing the highest level of customer service to Tarrant County residents and businesses. Choosing to reduce Commissioners' Court meetings to just 1 per month runs counter to both of these. It is not collaborative. It does not improve resident satisfaction, and it is certainly not transparent or service-oriented. The court communication for this proposal contains not 1 word of justification, no rationale, no cost-benefit analysis, no explanation of impact. In the absence of that, let me offer what many residents now perceive, that the majority of this court is trying to distance itself from the public, that citizen input is seen as inconvenient rather than essential, that decisions are being made behind closed doors, and that the majority thinks it can act unilaterally without the input of all elected commissioners or the people they represent. When, for instance, did Commissioner Miles and Commissioner Simmons first learn of this proposal? And why was it something that so significantly limits citizen engagement and was introduced without warning and scheduled for a vote on the very day that the public first knows about it? Why do you do this to yourselves? It's not good governance, it's not responsive, it's not transparent, and it's not fair. It raises a serious question for the people of Tarrant County. Are you truly serving us? Or are you simply shielding yourselves from us?
Is Levon Cockrell present? We don't have a spillover room, do we? Okay. All right, next is Michael Bell. Following Mr. Bell is Janet Mattern.
One of this country's most trusted newspapers has the headline, "The America We Knew is Rapidly Slipping Away." Some might question the truth of that claim, but what's irrefutable is that here in our own backyard, the Tarrant County we knew is rapidly being laid to rest under your leadership, Deacon O'Hare. Buried beneath broken trust, incessant bullying, bad faith, and backroom deals cloaked in procedural respectability. This proposal to reduce public meetings of this Commissioner's Court should ring every alarm bell for the residents and taxpayers of Tarrant County of all stripes, regardless of political affiliation or ideology. Is this really an intelligence test? A calculated push by you, Manny and Matt, to see just how far you can stretch the envelope in an effort to gauge just how much disrespect, how much disregard the people of Tarrant County are willing to tolerate before we finally push back. What you're advocating isn't about efficiency, it's about evasion. It's not streamlining governance, it's suppressing accountability, and it's rooted in false and hubristic assumption that this court, under your divisive leadership, has earned the public trust. You haven't, not by a long shot. And if this passes, let history record that when transparency died in Tarrant County, it didn't slip away quietly. It was strangled in broad daylight, in full view of the people and at the hands of those who were elected to serve them. According to the fiscal year 2025 budget, the county judge's annual salary exceeds $224,000, not including benefits, allowances, longevity pay, or state reimbursements. And if we come down here and stand before y'all while you insult, berate, and treat us like children without getting paid, you mean to tell me that you can't sit and hear our concerns maybe 24 days out of a 365-day year? Shame on you for this proposal to abridge our freedom of speech and restrict our constitutional right to petition the government for a redress of grievances. You may dress it up in bureaucratic language, but we see it for what it is, an attempt to silence dissent and suppress the voice of the people.
Yes.
Ms. Mattern present. Following Ms. Mattern is Adrian Smith.
Hello, my name is Janet Mattern. I am the president of the League of Women Voters of Tarrant County. I am here to oppose the proposed reduction of Tarrant County Commissioners Court public meetings. Reducing the frequency of public meetings is an ill-advised move that threatens to erode public trust, diminish transparency, and curtail meaningful public access to county government. The proposed reduction from 24 meetings a year to just 12 stands in dark contrast to the previously established precedent held when they held weekly meetings to provide greater citizen access, engagement, and oversight. Public meetings are the cornerstone of an open government. They offer resident stakeholders and county employees a regular forum to voice concerns, receive updates, and hold elected officials accountable. Fewer meetings limit these critical opportunities, distancing the public from the decisions that shape their daily lives. When the frequency of public meetings are curtailed, so is the transparency that is essential for good governance, in particular in a fast-growing county like Tarrant County. According to the survey of Texas Association of Counties, Tarrant County elected leaders are the highest paid leaders in our state. With such compensation comes the expectation of diligence, accessibility, and responsiveness to the public, a standard that is undermined by making the court less available to the people you serve. The proposed reduction in public meetings is contrary to the best interests of Tarrant County citizens. It diminishes the court's accountability, restricts public access, burdens county staff, and could ultimately lead to increased costs. For the sake of transparent, effective, and participatory government, I urge that the Commissioners Court maintain a robust schedule of public meetings and uphold the principles of openness and service for which this county should stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrian Smith.
Adrian Smith, I am one with the people. First, I would like to say greetings to each of you in your prospective places. I would like to open up by beginning to first. I want to thank one of you all, one of the staff that's part of what you all do here, Ms. Kendall. I want to say thank you, Kendall, for your professionalism, time, and consideration for helping me to get signed up to speak. It was right at the last moment, but I picked that phone up and we worked it out. So I just want to say shout out to Ms. Kendall. Thank you for helping me to get signed up. This is one of the things that came across my radar that I wanted to speak to. I'll be brief. Now, the transparency part, a lot of individuals that spoke to. Most of my time, my fight is down at City Hall, so I'm not going to spend too much time up here. But the transparency aspect, I get it. One thing about transparency I get in this space is that it's like night and day. You all like the night, you all like the day, and it's like nighttime down there at City Hall. So thank you for that type of transparency where we're able to sign up for as much as we want to sign up to speak on, you allow us to speak on these items, That has been stripped from us. So there are voices here that have been coming longer than I have. They spoke to the transparency. And I give great respect to those individuals. Future meetings, Commissioner Simmons already spoke on future meetings. That was one of my questions. Will meetings be longer? If you go to this particular new schedule idea, my 4-point of reference is giving voice to this particular agenda item, which each of you have. So thank you for that. You all have given voice to this issue, so we know where you stand on it. Well, to the people who come here week after week, giving their voice to the issues. Should this get adopted, please, there will be a vacuum down at City Hall that you all can come to. I'm telling you, they have day meetings, so when there's not a day meeting here at this particular court, should this get adopted, please come down to City Hall. Your voices are needed, your presence as well. So thank you on that. Commissioner Simmons brought up the pay aspect. Should pay decrease across the board, not just with you all, but across the board if we're going to change the meeting. That's just something hypothetically thrown out there. And last but not least, again, the day and night aspect of things. Thank you all for, it's like a welcoming environment here, I see a lot of things, I hear a lot of things, but I'm still trying to get used to coming down here. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that's our last speaker. We have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion from the court members? All right, seeing none, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, the motion carries 3-2. Brings us to item A4, which is consideration of out-of-state travel requests. Do we have a motion on this item?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion here? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. No, we don't do that anymore. All in favor, raise your hand. Thank you very much. It passes unanimously. All right, now we are adding item B1 from consent. B1 is archives consideration to deaccession items from the Fort Worth Convention and Visitors Bureau collection of the Tarrant County Archives. Yeah, thank you. So we have one speaker on that, Bishop Kirkland.
Morning once again, ladies, gentlemen. I just, I don't know if most people are aware of how much money this county and Fort Worth in particular, we have one of the best zoos, we have the best museums, and there's a whole lot of money in tourism for Tarrant County. And I really didn't want to talk to you. I wanted to talk to the constituency and say to them, the way that we really fight back is interrupt that cash flow.
All right, we have on this item B1, consideration to de-accession items from Fort Worth Convention and Visitors Bureau collection. I will move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. All right, passes unanimously, 5-0. Next, we go to item C2 from consent. Item C2 is receive and file the auditor's report for the cash and other remittances control review of the Public Health Department. I don't have a speaker signed up for that.
That's me. I pulled that.
I do? No, this is C2.
That was me.
Oh, okay.
I pulled it. So just a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
The business office indicated that revisions to the cash management policy manual are currently in progress. Since that manual has not been updated since November 2012, are we on schedule to distribute the updated manual to all public health offices by September 30th?
I believe Helen and I spoke this morning, and they are on track for October 1.
Okay, I'll check back in a couple months.
Okay.
Thank you, that's all I had.
All right, do we have a motion on this item?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve, to receive and file the auditor's report. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. All right, passes unanimously. Now we go to C5, which does have a speaker. C5 is receive and file the Tarrant County financial statements for the 9-month ended June 30th, 2025. I will move to receive and file. Do we have a second? All right,
Second.
we have a second. All right, discussion before the speaker. Speaker is Bishop Kirkland.
I often call this meeting the horse and pony show. It's because of some of the actions or lack thereof we take in this room. And I looked over it and I kept looking and trying to really understand it once I opened it up. Because I know that our county judge says that he wants to eliminate all remote employees. And I kept looking for people who, this particular person, initials, and I don't want to say their name, is JJ, who lives all the way in California and makes $182K, and she's a part-time employee, and I kept trying to find her salary, because we don't talk about it in commissioner's court, because it's a part-time position. So I was just curious, where is their salary, or how do we find it in this report that I kept looking at? And I stumbled upon another person, her initials are MJ, who lives at least 3 hours away from here and makes $159K, and she's listed as a part-time employee. And I was trying to find in your report, how do we locate her salary? And that's why I often call it the horse and pony show, because the scriptures say, don't let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. And you guys are good at that. Y'all perfected it. And you made these things like a maze. We should meet once a year, because by the time you get through putting the fluff on it and we read it, we don't understand what we're reading. Because we would think, as constituents, before we pay somebody almost $200K that lives all the way in California, who are not even paying taxes in the state of Texas, and we don't know where the money of these people being taxed from. And some of y'all look at me like, what is he talking about? So maybe it's the big three that knows all of this. Maybe it's the big three, because obviously you're reading the same reports we're reading, and it's a facade at best. It doesn't really cover where all the money is going. I just want to say, show me the money. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time and attention.
Thank
All right,
you.
we have a motion and a second on C5. Any further discussion? Or any
Yes.
discussion?
I have a question. What's he talking about?
I would have to look it up. I wrote down the initials, but I'd have to look into that to see what the comments are about.
What's he talking about, Helen?
They are positions that are in the Human Resources Department that are contractual, actually, positions.
They're not employees,
One
they're
is a
contractors.
compensation coordinator. I don't know who, MJ, I don't remember that one, sorry.
So they're contract positions. They're not county.
contract
They're not
positions.
county employees. They're
The only reason,
contractors.
the only reason they're set up as a substitute position is to allow them to be able to get in our system and do their work.
Are they paid retirement benefits?
They're contractual employees. No, they're not.
Okay.
Are they,
Do they pay income taxes for this in Texas, or is it just California? Does the county take any money out of this check that goes their way, or is it just purely the
We
check?
get them from an agency. So the agency that we contract with
Okay.
actually takes care of all of that stuff.
And this is part of you trying to clean up HR?
Yes.
Okay.
So MJ is Michelle Johnson. She's my learning and development professional. And then Jennifer Jones is my compensation and total rewards professional.
these people live elsewhere?
Well, one is here. Michelle Johnson is here in Texas.
Does she live in the Metroplex?
No.
So these are remote positions?
They are reverse commutes like myself, where they live somewhere else, but they work here.
You don't live here?
My main home is down in Bertram, and I have a temporary home here in Little Elm that I commute in, reverse commuting. Because I love Tarrant County.
So
So,
JJ and MJ.
One
are-
moment, Ms. Commissioner Simmons. So I just have a question.
I was still
Yeah,
asking
I'm
questions.
trying to keep us in
Well, I was
line
still-
with the law. I'm just one moment. You'll get to go back to your question. Are we discussing something we can sit here and discuss under the open meetings law sitting here right now? Because I have questions about it also.
The short answer is yes, because
Okay.
the action that is being taken right now is just to receive and follow this report.
Fair
So
enough.
as long as you're talking about the report, you're well
Okay.
within the agenda item.
Thank you.
Okay, just to clarify, these two positions are
Contract 1099.
contract 1099.
Right. And they're in
remote.
our system as part-time so that they can access the things they need to do the work.
Okay, and they are both remote.
Well, one reverse commutes like I do, so she's here in the office. Commissioner Miles could speak to that. She's working with him quite a bit. And the other one is completely remote.
And the salaries are 180K-ish and 159K?
This is what we pay them through the service, yes. This
Is
is what
it
we're
a-
billed.
Is it a one-year contract, a two-year contract, or?
We awarded this contractor so we can have them as long as I need them through the contract service.
But the salary, the $180,000, is that annual? So if you
Yes,
decide to keep
yes.
them 2.5 years?
Yes, that's an annual rate, yes.
Oh. All right. You're about to get rid of my staff, but, okay. Interesting.
All right, any other questions from the court?
I would just recommend going forward, maybe you put a footnote in there that this is a professional service contract and not an employee. I can absolutely understand why it's murky, if there's a concern there. But if it's a professional services contract, make sure it's designated as such in the report. Thanks.
All right, any other questions or comments from the court? This is C5. We have a motion and a second to receive and file. All in favor of receiving and filing, please raise your hand. All opposed? Are you?
Abstain.
So it's 4-0 with one abstention. Next, we go to item D1, Budget and Risk Management. Consideration to adopt a partnership model to support human services in Tarrant County.
Move for approval.
All right, I'll second.
Hello. So our recommendation during the budget process has been, we've been looking at various departments, various ways to save money, various ways to get services that are already budgeted for into the community completely. So our recommendation from the Budget Office is that we eliminate the Human Services Department, set up the services for utility assistance and rental assistance at $2 million with a $300,000 additional administrative cost for whoever receives this grant. So $2.3 million will be made available. So therefore, this $2 million that we are hoping to get into the community 100% will still be available. This is being set up as it is being proposed to you, to the court, to set it up as a grant and outside nonprofit or for-profit, whichever one is the best candidate and applies for the request for program to be awarded to. Also the recommendation that we're presenting to you is that an advisory committee be set up, appointed by each one of the court members to score the candidates who apply for the $2 million so that we can continue the services within the county.
So can you tell us more about, tell the public more about why this was proposed and specific numbers on cost savings and dollars going where and?
So currently we have, so I'll go back to pre-COVID, COVID, and post-COVID. There was a lot of money that was on the table for rental assistance. And so when we did our research on it, we looked all the way past pre-COVID so we could look and see what was out there. Historically, we budgeted $2 million in the Human Services Department, and repeatedly, on the average for the past 8 years, they left $994,000 on the table of services that were not given to our community. So looking at that and putting the $2 million back on the table again, so that are continuing to put the $2 million on the table so that someone from the outside community who already does this program, or outside the county in the community that already does this program and is set up to continue to provide these services, hopefully getting all $2 million out the door to our services so that we can continue to assist with rental and utility assistance.
So I want to see if I have this correct, and if I have anything wrong, speak up.
Mm-hmm.
So if this is passed, this is going to eliminate the Department of Human Services in Tarrant County, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's going to put $1 million additional dollars over and above what's there now to serve people in need. Is that accurate?
It is to get into the hands. We have historically budgeted $2 million. Only the Human Services Department has not been able to process $2 million out the door, And so we're hoping that by changing this method, an additional $1 million will get to the hands of the community.
So your hope is that $1 million over and above what's getting into the community now to help people in need with rental assistance, utility bills and the like is what will result from passing this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in addition to that, there's a savings to the taxpayers of
It is
almost
elimination of-
1.8 million?
Say it again?
Is it
Sorry?
almost 1.8 million?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, the people, how many total people are affected by this?
So there's 25 positions, but as you've heard today, there's numerous of them that are eligible to retire and have either already retired. The director and the assistant director retired prior to this recommendation. Then we have others who have retired, and you heard today that some are retiring effective September 30th. And the plan that we have put in place would be that on 10-1, vacant positions would be eliminated from the county. On 11-1, half of the remaining.
Stop for a second.
Okay.
So on 10-1, vacant positions inside this department would be eliminated.
Yes, sir.
And I would only assume at this point there is some kind of freeze or you can't go higher than between now and October 1.
Until I have
I'm
recommendations
talking about if
from
this
the court.
passes.
Yes.
They're not going to be allowed to hire someone next week who gets knocked out on October 1.
If the court passes this, yes.
And how many current openings are there now?
So openings, I think there's only like 4 or 5 available right now.
And there's 25 positions.
25
So are you
positions.
saying that there are 20 people that are currently employed?
4 of them, the ones that came today, are retiring effective September the 30th.
Is that the 4 or 5 positions, or does that take the number down to 16?
It takes the number down.
To 16?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And my understanding is the county was going to try to find a spot inside the county for anyone who wished to remain with the county.
Yes.
Is that accurate, and what has happened so far?
What we encourage is for the employees that are looking for other Tarrant County positions to apply for those positions and to notify the HR office so that we can ensure that they get on the eligibility list. And we want to communicate to hiring managers that they need to be a preference. We want people to have an opportunity to interview.
Okay, so I want to, if this passes, I want to make this clear from my perspective. I do not want Tarrant County to go keep someone employed who doesn't do their job. So this is, and I don't know if there's 16 people that do their job exceptionally well, or there's 14. I don't know, would have no way of knowing. So this is not a go make sure everyone gets a job even if they're not doing their job. But for those who are doing their job and show up and do what they're supposed to do, I want, if this passes, us to find a way to help them if they want to stay in the county. If not, I want to make sure they have access to anything and everything we can legally do, from resume services, whether that's us or we pay for it outside Tarrant County, job interview coaching, every tool that you can find from an HR perspective to help place these folks. And if that means hire an agency to do it, to help place them for those who want that assistance, I would want to see that also. And if we do this the right way, and I'm going to get back to you here in 1 second on the 10-1, if we do this the right way, everybody that wants a job and wants Tarrant County's help should be able to find one in a relatively short time frame if they haven't already. Question for you now on the 10-1, eliminate positions that are no longer filled. All right, what's the next step?
The next step would then be on 11-1. We would look at the scoring of the RFP, we would hope would be completed and already out on the street by 10-1. That's why we're presenting it to you now, so that we can go ahead and get this taken care of. And it would be on the street by 10-1, and the new process would be in place, and we would only be keeping the employees on to work through the applicants and contracts that we already have in place. And so it would be, half of them would be moving off on 11/1, and then the other half would be January 1 of 2026.
Okay. All right. Those are all the questions I have.
I have some questions.
Yes, sir.
Judge. Helen, thank you for providing this update to us. I have several questions. It's not a reflection on you, it's just for clarification for my benefit and the benefit of the individuals who are in the room. What portion of the department's current 4.5 million budget goes directly to financial assistance versus administrative costs?
So it's 2 million. 2 million will go out into the community. We have added an additional 300,000 to cover the administrative cost.
Are you asking current?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Currently.
She didn't answer.
Currently, oh, sorry. Would you ask the question again then?
Okay. Currently, what portion of the department's 4.5 million budget goes directly to financial assistance versus administrative costs?
What actually goes out the door is just a little bit less than $1 million. Right at $1 million. For the over $4 million, $1 million is going to services.
And what about the administrative costs?
Well, it would be the salaries, and it would be the 3.8 million. Now, let me back up. 500,000 of that is approximately deceased pauper burials, which has already, by
To the
court
examiners.
action, gone over to the ME's office.
How much again? For administrative salaries, how much? What was the
So
number?
I don't have the entire, if it's $4.8 million, then $1 million is going out for services. Approximately 500,000 is going out for deceased pauper burials.
And the remaining
Is the administrative cost to do
Administrative
the
costs.
business. Between the salaries, the supplies, education, dues, postage.
okay, under this proposal, are we moving the entire $4.5 million currently budgeted to partners to provide financial assistance?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because again, when we were doing our research in the budget office, we were trying to find savings within the county so we could continue to streamline our services that we're presenting to the community.
Do you know how many individuals and families were served by the Department of Human Services last fiscal year?
Yes, sir. So in the special utilities program in FY24, 879 applied, 393 were supported. In FY25, again under the special utilities program, 646 applied, 399 as of July 28th were supported. For rental assistance in FY24, 9,189 applied, 353 were supported. In 2025, to date, as of July 28th, 6,726 had applied and 292 had been supported.
So we had 9,189 people apply for rental assistance, and we were only able to provide 353 to
Yes, sir,
support
through various
353?
reasons.
Okay.
Yes, 353 were supported by Human Services.
That's a large discrepancy in my view. And I'm sure that there were reasons that are policy related and things of that nature, guidelines related. But that's concerning. In the information that you provided, the graph on page 5 demonstrates that approximately 7.5 million was unspent between 2018 and 2025.
Yes, sir.
May I ask what happened to those funds?
They would go back in as cash and go back into the, either do the reserves, support the reserves, undesignated, or capital items requested by the county.
So it goes back.
Goes back into the money left over at the end that we only use cash for specific items.
Okay. If the court were to move forward with the proposal, what specific guardrails would we put in place to ensure transparency and accountability?
Transparent, I'm thinking.
Let me help, just to help her there a
Sure.
little bit. So
Absolutely.
as part of the grant, like a lot of the grants that we get from the federal government, they put certain metrics and reports in there that are required in order to receive the funding. I imagine we would do something similar in this situation, where we'd have key performance metrics or things like that that we would require of whatever vendor or organization is chosen to provide these services.
Okay,
So
thank you.
under the PFP, it says, under monitoring, if that's what you're referencing. So what we have put together so far for the RFP, again, until the advisory committee is established for them to review this also, it's still just a draft product. But it says Tarrant County will conduct monitoring reviews in accordance with the notice. Tarrant County may contract additional reporting requirements in alignment with budget and risk management and audit needs and objectives as detailed in the service agreement. So it is lined out in the content of the proposal. This would be a reimbursement, so they would be required, just like any other grant that majority of all the grants that we have, they would have to send in a request for reimbursement at the end of the month, and it would then be paid out if they met the requirements with in their RFP.
Do we have any idea, and Helen, you may have an answer to this, or Chandler, and we may not. What criteria are we using to select and vet the nonprofit partners? And will that process be open to public scrutiny or public participation?
Well, it would be the advisory committee that would be appointed by this court. So there is in here, it's the funding announcement. It is categories of assistance that we would include, and so it would be crisis, disabled, unemployed, new to job, disaster, special utilities assistance program, which we do currently, and training assistance program. Those are the items that are on the request for proposals at this moment. Again, it is a draft until the committee, the advisory board is selected so that they can also review.
And if I may to add to that, Commissioner, all roads lead back to the Commissioner's Court. So any
Yes.
final agreement that would be up for consideration by this court would have to be comfortable with it in order to pass it. And as part of our typical publication of documents, you would see the entire agreement in there so the public could review it as well.
Okay. Have we identified any national best practices or models from other counties that have successfully transitioned to a nonprofit service delivery model?
So what we were looking at was internally, we have this program, these programs already exist within housing and community development. Some of public health are set up this way. So we looked internally to see what we were doing that we thought was successful, and that's what we are modeling this after.
Okay. Can we share those examples to the public so they can review them? Those best practice models that we have from community development, public health, and the other one that you referenced, housing?
Housing.
Yeah. Is it possible to share those best practices with community members so that they can see what's working efficiently and effectively?
I think it may be online. I can't say that
Is it,
positively.
it's available online? Okay, all right. Looking through the rest of my question. What impact analysis has been done to evaluate the potential disruption in service delivery during the transition period?
So that is why we're leaving staff on. The intent was to leave them on all along so that we could transition off and transition on. The SUAP contracts roughly go between February, March, somewhere in that, I can't remember the exact date, but they go through December, and that's why we're recommending it not be until January 1 so that we can continue those current contracts. Oh, Special Utilities Assistance Program, sorry.
And that's that program that goes throughout the entire year, correct?
They are, when they apply, they are awarded it for a specific amount of time. And so they don't have to reapply every single month. Now, they will have, it does shut down after December. They do reapply. And then they're set back up for approximately a 9-month period where their utilities are paid.
Okay. So that's my last question, and my final comment would be the reason why I asked those questions was so that the community can have a better understanding of the thought process that went behind sunsetting, if you will, the Human Services Department. They can hear in real time how much money was getting out and how much money was being left over. And I want them to be able to have feedback. I want the community to be informed. It's important that we're transparent with the processes that we are recommending and the practices that we implement. I would love to see some public participation in the group that we're assembling to identify the nonprofit entity that will be ultimately, if this is approved, distributing those funds. I think there needs to be some public participation on some level. We need to figure that out. But those are my questions, and thank you, court members, for the privilege and the time to speak.
Good question.
I have something, okay. So there are financial, practical, and philosophical issues with the proposed elimination of Tarrant County Human Services Department and this outsourcing plan. So for the audience, Human Services Department provides a critical lifeline for thousands of our most vulnerable citizens, offering direct financial assistance with rental assistance, utility payments, some basic transportation needs, hygiene needs, and those experiencing unforeseen crisis. And many of us humans live paycheck to paycheck. Human Services Department often serves as the last line of defense from homelessness, against eviction, utility disconnections, and removing this safety net will push more people into crisis, and transitioning those services to external nonprofits will inevitably lead to significant delays and disruption in service delivery during a crucial time for those in need. So I'm just gonna tell you what I think this is. The budget director's proposal represents re-election campaign-driven cost-cutting disguised as efficiency reform with no, you've heard her attempt to answer these questions, with no evidence-based analysis to support elimination over improvement. Fix the department. So your claim is that this creates financial inefficiencies within assistance-focused departments. The reality is this elimination is not efficiency. True efficiency would be to improve operations, to serve more people at a lower cost, not abandon the mission entirely. Start by updating the 1990s era policy and procedures. If you take the time to go over and talk to the people in human services, you will hear what they're up against. They have to deny people after they've gone through a lengthy process, application process. So we've got to update our policy and procedure. Those assistant director, employees that have been here for 40 years, 30 years, 20 years, they will tell you outdated policy that no court member goes, talks to them. They get one assistant county administrator, nobody's been over there in years to talk to them about the problems and what they're facing in that department. Human Services is clearly understaffed. When you have 21 people handling 500+ requests for assistance a week, that's a problem. That's a large workload. You have the technological systems. Now, in Tarrant County, we will come up with some homemade software, but we will not go and buy this stuff, tried and true software, off the shelf, used by other counties. A better approach would be to invest $500,000 in technology upgrades and adequate staffing to achieve national benchmarks at 65 cents to 75 cents per dollar distributed. Try to fix, nobody's tried. Your claim is that you're increasing the amount of funding to support Tarrant County's most vulnerable residents. The reality is that's mathematical sleight of hand. That's what that is, Helen. You're not increasing help. You're hoping outside agencies can stretch dollars while eliminating direct county responsibility. So in that, only $800,000 in direct assistance dispensed. So they've got 2 million, they only give out about 1 million, correct? That's what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that include the grants and donations from Encore,
No.
Reliant,
That
Atlas?
does
So
not
they're
include.
actually giving out more, correct?
So for utility assistance, yes, the money that is given to them by a specific utility company, that they have to use it for that, a customer that has that service, yes.
Okay.
But of that, I'm talking about the money the county gives to the department to get out into the public.
I understand, but we should not be misleading. So I don't know how much we get in utility grants and assistance. I know that they're frequently on the agenda for approval.
Correct,
But-
donations.
But tell the whole truth. We're not just giving out, we haven't just given out 1 million or 800,000.
That is only for utility assistance, not rental assistance.
Okay, but it's human services, correct?
Right.
All right, so just tell the truth. So there's no evidence that 2 million in outsourced services will serve more people. I talked to you about this in my office than the current 1 million in direct assistance. No needs assessment has been conducted to determine if 2 million is adequate for a county of 2.2 million people. $2 million, if we give it to a nonprofit or for-profit, in a county this size, that's not really significant. And who's measured the need in Tarrant County? Has this county?
Well, Human Services has only given out $1 million, so I look at that as part of the need that they are putting out, so.
There could be more
This
need.
is doubling the money that is currently going out the door.
So to avoid I-20 this morning, I came in up Rosedale, then switched over to Lancaster. And I looked at the people on the side of the streets with the shopping carts and just meandering along. And I wonder, does that person know about Tarrant County? Does that person know that Tarrant County Human Services can assist them? Does that person, what have we ever done with regard to outreach, with regard to marketing, to let people know that these services exist?
So there is MHMR has Tarrant Cares website, which is also 211. If you call that number or go onto their website, the very first reference they give is Tarrant County Human Services.
and we're eliminating the department, okay?
And they only were
But
giving
you
out $1
answered the
million.
question. Yeah, okay. And so, no needs assessment has been conducted to determine if 2 million is even enough for a county of 2.2 million. There's no guarantee that community partners have the capacity to handle current demand plus unmet need, because we haven't gone out for requests for programs, I think you told me. It was.
Yeah, we have not done that yet.
Right.
I cannot go out until the commissioner votes on this.
Okay, and this was supposed to be a part of the budget, correct? But
It was
now we,
bringing it forward to today instead of next Thursday.
okay.
It's only 1 week up.
So you claim a partnership model replicates successful models in other county departments. So comparing temporary program assistance to other county functions is fundamentally flawed, because community development and public health partnerships, they supplement county services, is what it looks like from the 5 meager pages that you put together. They don't replace core county functions, they supplement them. Assistance requires immediate response capability that outsourced partnerships may not be able to guarantee. Other departments maintained internal capacity while adding community partnerships. So saying that, you know, you're replicating a successful model, these would be two different things. You claim the RFP process ensures proper vendor selection and oversight. Reality, the RFP process you described has critical gaps that expose taxpayers and residents to risk. That was not a complete description of what the RFP process would be. You had no transition plan when you first brought this to me. I'm not sure about with.
No, ma'am,
with the-
I explained the transition plan to you when I met with you with all of your staff in your office.
Okay,
Yes,
but you and
ma'am,
I
did.
talked a couple times on the phone before
We-
that.
Because you kept canceling the meetings that I was trying to get with you so that I could explain this to you in a same time I was explaining it to the other court members.
Okay, so you tried to go there, but you sent me an agenda that was a list with not one bit of data.
That's correct.
And
That's
so
the
I
same
had
item
my
I sent to every other court
scheduler
member.
to get with you, and before I scheduled a meeting for you to come with a list of 12, a list, one piece of paper, half a sheet of paper, with no data, no documentation. That's not how you run a county. It's not how you run a county budget department. So you had to get me some data before we could.
I supplied the
before we
same
could-
data to you that I supplied to everyone else.
I'm not
when I
talking
met
about
with you.
everybody else.
I
That's,
met with
that's
you.
why, well, when you met with me, but I had to push you for it.
No, ma'am, it was
Um,
already prepared.
Well, you didn't send it when you sent the
No,
agenda.
ma'am, I did not send it to
Okay,
anybody
well, let me
else.
we're off topic. So there was no transition plan when I first talked to you twice via phone. Now we've got a sloppy transition plan with no guarantee that new partnerships will be ready in the first October, November. When's that last month you plan to
January of 2026.
jettison people? How will clients be informed about alternative services now that Tarrant County services are going to be phased out?
The nonprofits that would actually meet the requirements already have a system set up and already would be having outreach to the community that they would be servicing. And in addition to that, again, we would contact MHMR through Tarrant Cares and the 211 to make sure that we updated whatever the nonprofit that was selected by this court.
Okay, so our current participants, how will they, the ones at the Human Services?
Well, the current
people-
ones that, so you're talking about SUAP, because that would be the ones that we are already servicing on a continuous basis. And that is in the request for the program to make sure that they continue on with the SUAP. That is something that we're wanting to continue on.
So,
And their contract ends in December. So that would be through, and then they would just apply, and that would be for their new time frame. We would be, again, some staff will be staying on till January. And so that last month, I'm going to make an assumption that they would be telling their clients who the new organization was that was doing this.
okay, so these folks won't, you're saying this, just the SUAP folks won't be affected at all by this? You're
I
on-
can't promise
you're
that
on
no
tape.
one will not be affected. The intent is that they will not be affected.
Well, you
I mean,
specifically,
there's-
you specifically pointed out the SUAP recipients.
Because that is a contract that goes through December.
Okay, so January, they won't be, or December, from here to December, they'll be fine. Will partners and community organizations that refer individuals for rent and utility assistance, they will be notified about the cessation, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you asked.
The partners and community organizations, like you said, United Way refers, the 211, the first
MHMR,
referral,
and MHMR stands up Tarrant County Cares
All right.
211.
they will immediately, after this vote, they will immediately be notified of the cessation of this.
We will start the process, if this is approved by the court, we will start the process immediately.
All right. So you're saying in this, your document, your plan, that 1 month from RFP issuance to deadline, that is sufficient?
That is the normal time that is given to, I have to go and look at it, sorry. So yes, so we're saying the release date of August 22nd, the RFP deadline would be September 12th, September 19th, we would review, and the committee would review and score. October 1 would be the elimination of the vacant positions. October 7th, consideration to approve community partners, contracts by Commissioners Court. Again, that would be depending on the date that court met for their approval of whoever was awarded. And then by January 1st, the final remaining force, human services force, would be, have a reduction in force.
Okay, so, all right, and you're saying there'll be a 1 month from RFP to deadline, then there'll be a review process and a committee process, and at some point, 3-4 months down the road, we will have identified a nonprofit or for-profit.
The advisory committee will be scoring the requests.
But you know, because you've been here a while, and you know how purchasing works, and you know what RFP processes
This
look
doesn't
like.
go through purchasing.
Okay, but you know what RFP processes
That's
look
a
like.
request for purchase. This is a request for programs.
But you know what
Instead of like grants.
Okay, but RFP processes are RFP processes, right? They take time.
It's just a matter of it going onto the street and whoever wants to participate applying for it.
Okay.
And we give them a deadline. And again, this puts it on this brings it back 1 week. So August 22nd doesn't have to be the start date. As I said, if the court approves this, we can start the process immediately.
Okay, Commissioner Miles addressed this, performance metrics, they're undefined in your plan. I think Chandler touched on this. I think we all would like to see performance metrics for whoever.
I have them here to pass out.
Okay. Been nice to have them 2 weeks ago. Your claim that county staff would work directly with community partners for RFRs and performance metrics. So this creates more bureaucracy, sounds like to me, not less, while reducing direct service delivery. So county will still need staff to manage contracts.
One
review-
person.
Okay.
And that will only be for them to submit their requests for reimbursements. The organization that would be awarded this would be looking at all of the other requirements.
Are they going to conduct site visits, monitor performance?
If that isn't in the final documentation, yes. Again, it's a draft until the advisory committee is set up so that they can look at what we have and
Okay.
agree with it.
All right, and your claim also that you're exponentially lowering the cost to perform these services. No real evidence provided to support your exponential savings claim.
Well, the county will only pay $300,000 because that is the 15% that the federal government also requires. So we will, they could expend more than that, but not through the funding that we would be making available.
Okay, so no benchmarking data, hidden costs are ignored, startup costs ignored, risk costs ignored. So to me, I'm almost done. This is a false choice framework, really. The budget director presents only two options: keep expensive, inefficient county department, or eliminate the department and hope the partnerships work. The missing third option is fix the department through targeted improvements that cost less than elimination and provide better accountability. What she didn't address is needs assessment. I talked about that earlier. Capacity analysis, identifying community partners that can handle the current demand and the unmet need. Geographic coverage. Will partnerships serve all areas of Tarrant County equally? Service standards, what response times and service levels will be required? Is there a failure contingency? What happens if the partnership fails to meet the demand? What's the plan? Or we don't care, it's in their, ball's in their court. There's so many data gaps here. What you're claiming is almost 1.8 in taxpayer savings. What you're hiding is contract management costs, performance monitoring, expenses, risk mitigation costs, service gap costs. And the real math would be if you took about 500,000 in department improvements versus 2 million in outsourced partnerships, you know, you could save money. Anyway, I think your proposal is not evidence-based policy reform. I think it's campaign-driven cost cutting. It abandons county responsibility to vulnerable residents, creates service gaps with a shoddy transition plan, reduces accountability, you know, not adhering to our mission through outsourcing, and increases risk to taxpayers and residents. The moral test of government is how it treats those in the dawn of life, our children, and those in the twilight of life, the elderly. Elderly people, those in the shadow of life, the sick, the needy, the disabled. Tarrant County has residents who have built our communities and paid their taxes their entire working lives, and they deserve better than this. We're abandoning people. I'm done.
Anybody else have anything?
Yeah, I'll say a few things. So this morning, I had the privilege to attend the Las Vegas Trail Cook Children's JPS brand new health clinic that was built in 18 months on Cherry Lane. Now, this is transformational for the Las Vegas Trail community, and there were upwards of 7 to 8 community partners, including JPS, Cook Children's, that came together to make this center a reality. Now, they offer primary care services, women's care services, mental health services, food assistance, workforce training. This center is all encompassing, and it didn't happen, I'll just say this in context for this conversation, it didn't happen because the government made it happen. It happened because we were able to put the needs of the people first, go directly to them and say, this area needs reinvestment. Which private partners are best suited to help fill this gap? We knew, and Dr. Bird was there with us this morning, we knew that springing up another public health clinic downtown Fort Worth was not going to solve that challenge. But partnering with all of these competent and capable organizations is quite literally going to change a generation in the Las Vegas Trail area. And so I was very proud to be there this morning. And when I thought about what you proposed several weeks ago on this, transforming this model, it keyed in my mind, the goal should be to get as much services in the hands of the citizens as possible. I had no idea that we were spending upwards of $2.5 million on personnel cost and only $900,000 on actual assistance given to the citizens. I would have assumed it was the inverse. But when told that, I said, well, absolutely, I'd be open to exploring other models if it got more services into the hands of the citizens that we're trying to serve. I absolutely understand the concerns that Commissioner Simmons brought up. And quite frankly, I think having an evidence-based approach and having examples from around the country would be very helpful, not just for our decision-making process, but for the community writ large to understand exactly what you hope to accomplish by this proposal and what we hope to accomplish by this proposal. I think Commissioner Miles, you put it very, very well. I think the public needs to know and be comfortable with this process, because ultimately it's the public that we're serving here.
Exactly.
And the goal is to get those dollars into the hands of those who most need it. Just like that was the goal of the LVT Health Clinic that Cook Children's and JPS partnered on. That was to serve the most vulnerable among us and quite literally change their lives. So I think I'm not opposed to supporting your proposal, because I think that you're trying to hit that mark. And I am not, I'll say this, I believe that we have incredible nonprofit and for-profit partners out in the community that have a heart for this type of work, that can do it more efficiently and get more dollars into the hands of those who most need it. And so I'm not vain enough to think that we in government can solve all the problems. Sometimes we need to say, if we're not operating efficiently enough, perhaps we should shift gears and try to go there. So I could understand absolute apprehension on the part of you, Commissioner Simmons and Commissioner Miles, if the amount of actual dollars being expended to the public was reduced, from the 900,000 to 500,000 or whatever, but it's actually doubled. And that's what caught my attention when I saw the proposal. So thank you, Helen, for going through the exercise and putting all of this together. I think that as I mentioned before, it's very difficult when you're dealing with personnel, people who have worked here for a very long time and provided incredible service to the citizens of Tarrant County. I do hope that those who will continue to serve Tarrant County find a place within the county to continue to serve. And I appreciate all of those resolutions this morning, because those folks truly did. They showed up and did their job every day, and they did what they could. So, in any case, thank you for the presentation.
One last comment, Judge, if I may.
Sure.
The discrepancy between the utility numbers of people supported and the rental numbers of people supported is problematic to me, but it says to me that we need to update and overhaul our eligibility requirements. And I would hope that if this does pass, that will be a focus of that group, that we look at those eligibility requirements so that we can get more dollars out of the door and into the hands of the people who need it the most. And I'll say this, in June, there was a report that in June, 16,000 Texans lost their job. and over 10,000 of those Texans are right here in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. We cannot afford to wait to get resources in the hands of the people who need them the most. And if us doing this will allow us the ability to get more dollars in the hands of the people who need it the most, then how dare we not do what we can to get the resources in the hands of the people? That's the bottom line for me. How much money can we get in the hands of the people? How quickly can we get those funds in the hands of the people? And how much we can get in the hands of the people. I'm all for increasing that number if that's what the demand requires. That's why we're here, is to make sure that the residents of Tarrant County get what they need in a timely and efficient manner. So those are my final comments. Thank you.
Thank you. One other thing. So we're proposing cutting human services, supposedly because their operational costs exceed the service delivery rate, right? I hate to call department names because they'll be targeted. But have you done a cost-benefit analysis of all county departments? Because I guarantee you the ratio is going to be about the same. We just took, in my office, the fiscal year 2025 budget book, and we just flipped and picked some departments. And when you want to say we spend $2.42 to dole out $1 worth of assistance, I got right here departments that you probably ought to start outsourcing. And it's a long list. The ratio is the same. So are we just going to get rid of every department? Have you done a cost-benefit analysis of human services, first of all, or was this what we got today, that's it? And have you done it of any other department? Do you have a schedule? Do you do 3 a year, 5 a year? What's your schedule for analyzing these departments?
So it would be departments that are not statutorily required. Departments that are statutorily required have certain guidelines that they have to meet. Elected officials have certain guidelines they have to meet. So yes, we have started looking at other internal departments. And just like you, I'm not going to name the departments that I'm looking at.
When did you start? You said we had started. Since all this came up?
No, ma'am.
When?
Every year that we look at a budget, creating a budget and presenting to the court for approval, we're looking at all different costs that go into it. We're looking at, we meet with the departments regularly to try to find out what their need is versus their want. So this is our job in my department on a daily basis.
Okay, so your job in your department on a daily basis is doing a cost-benefit analysis.
But on
of
contracts
every-
also, not just departments, but on individual contracts that each department has.
I'm talking specifically about doing a cost-benefit analysis of departments with an aim of, I don't know, reducing the tax rate maybe, below the no new revenue rate maybe, or with an aim to eliminate them. When's the last time you eliminated a department?
Pre-trial
When?
in 2014,
Okay.
2014, 2015, somewhere around in there.
Okay. So, but we just,
We did a transition the same way that
we
we-
selected human services. And I can tell you, their ratios, we'll show you, the ratios are, there's one that's higher than human services. Not sure why they're not being targeted for elimination.
I
So,
didn't understand what you said.
It might be best to create a schedule, to do some cost-benefit analysis throughout the county and learn what needs to be done, if it's elimination, if it's fixing a department, or whatever, since we're eliminating departments.
Yes, ma'am.
So, a couple things before we get to our speakers. For me, looking at the numbers, 28 cents for every dollar getting into the hands of people in need. I trust your numbers and I trust what you have to say. It's very difficult to put together a budget with 69 different elected officials, wants and needs. I think you do a remarkable job, so thank you for what you do. At 28 cents for every dollar, if you have an opportunity to increase the number, which I don't think we have any reason to believe it won't, that seems like a good move. The one hesitation, and it's not a small one, is the people. And so if this passes, I'm reiterating, I want to make sure every able-bodied, productive worker, we take care of them. And there's multiple ways to do that. Let's find them spots. Whether it's here, whether it's with a city, whether it's in the nonprofit world, let's help them. And that's very important. And it would be good if this passes, once this moves forward, to see, okay, what is it doing? I'd like to know what it's doing. I don't want to just say, let's pass it and, okay, we're done, we're fixed. Right. I want to know. I want evaluation. I can tell you that since the 90s, Public Health and the HIV Administrative Agency have outsourced 17 different programs, and I'm not hearing any calls to bring that back in and do it in-house. The nonprofit partners that we have where we outsource that to seem to do a pretty good job, and I think this will be the same. So, but time will tell. All right, we do have a bunch of speakers. First up is Mindy Tackett. Following Ms. Tackett, we have Stella Fair.
So, yes, I'm Mindy Tackett. I'm a resident here in Tarrant County. I think we've heard a lot from this dais about trust, and we're supposed to trust. However, in the articles that have been written prior to today about this subject, we were told that there was no discussion. Judge O'Hare, you had indicated to the press that there was no discussion about this. Yet, and I can send you the article if you want that, but yet people were given slips of termination prior to today. So you're acting as though this is going to be transparent and we're supposed to trust all of you. And frankly, a lot of us don't trust you at all. And we do very much care that our tax dollars are used to help people in a way that they're actually going to be helped, not just passing out money or grants to nonprofits that we've gotten to have no say in to this point. So I am 100% with Commissioner Simmons in the idea that if it's broken, fix it. Don't just say, it's broken, we're going to get rid of it, trust us. We don't trust you. I don't trust any of the three of you. Repeatedly, you've given us reasons not to trust you, and you've not been transparent about lots of things. So, I absolutely want, as Commissioner Miles pointed out, the most people to be helped and given the most resources possible. But just saying, trust us, is not going to cut it. And the fact that y'all have done this in such a quick manner, you've not included the public or taken public input prior to this at all, and all of a sudden you're just going to vote to eliminate this department, that's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Ms. Fair, we have Amy Martinez.
I wrote a 1-minute speech because I thought I only had 1 minute.
Read it twice.
Okay, I don't know if you want to hear this twice. Good afternoon. My name is Stella Fair, and I am here to request that you leave the Human Services Department intact and allow it to continue to do the job for which it was created, to provide temporary financial assistance for our fellow citizens who, through no fault of their own, find themselves facing a financial crisis, to eliminate the source of help they have been able to rely on for decades is just downright cruel. Outsourcing this service will not produce the results you expect. In fact, it will create the very problems you promise this proposed change will avoid, such as a gap in service and processing delays. If there are, as a couple of you have said, inefficiencies in the Human Services Department, fix them. And don't make matters worse with this plan you are considering. I urge you to vote no on this proposal.
All right, is Ms. Martinez here? I would like to ask the staff while she's on her way up. So I've got a comment here. Next up is Amy Super, and I'm not sure an owl could read the comments under this. So can we do something with our system where this becomes readable? And also in here, I don't know if we've done something with this, but when she filled out the form, she said she would also like to speak in public comment. I don't know if that's sitting in there or if you did it again. I don't know what the deal is, but that's just, I mean, look at how microscopic that is.
Okay, you're talking about the font size.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can't, I can actually read it, but it's difficult, it's very difficult, and it's not, I mean, you have magnifying glass. I think if you had 20/10 vision. My apologies, Ms. Martinez.
It's okay.
You're up.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Amy. Commissioners, I stand before you today, a voice of the countless lives you're about to shatter by dismantling health and human services. Let's address the glaring contradiction. You, the very Republicans who constantly champion being for the life of children, are slashing Medicaid. Do you understand what Medicaid is? It's not just for children, it's a lifeline for seniors, nursing homes and critical support for mental health services. How can you claim to protect the lives while gutting the very programs that sustain it? You say you're for the working people, but where? I don't see it. It is already bad enough that majority of the working people are struggling and can't afford healthcare or food. This is a reality and a lifeline for many families and individuals. Meanwhile, your own robust benefits are paid by our tax dollars. This isn't very serving. This isn't very serving the people. It's a profound betrayal. Commissioners, have you forgotten your why? Was serving the public a genuine calling or merely a scheme of access of public money while families drown? Mr. O'Hare, the moment someone speaks an uncomfortable truth, you demand the removal. But that ugly truth is the reality of our many communities. And it demands to be faced in Manny Ramirez, remember your roots. You stand here today because of a long line of Latinos standing up to small, fragile ego men. Without that fight, you would have never gone to college, never be in this very seat that you are in. Do not forget who paved your way. Without us, the people, you are nothing, you will be nothing and have nothing. We are watching, remember who you serve, because it's we the people who sustain you.
All right, next, Ms. Super. Following Ms. Super, we have Dr. Harrell.
Good afternoon. The Community Assistance Plan, HS data and HS budget background should make it abundantly clear to anyone who reviewed the information that the recommendation to eliminate this department and move to a partnership model during the 2026 fiscal year is a recommendation we should all support. How can anyone who advocates for our county to allocate funds to provide temporary assistance to our community members most in need turn around and argue against a proposed change that will result in additional $1 million in services to those in most in need, when doing so also creates a savings to taxpayers of more than $1.7 million? I think Commissioner Simmons may have missed the part where the Charities Review Council reports the national average is to spend 66 to 76 cents for each dollar of services, since she questioned whether our chosen partners would truly be able to provide that additional $1 million in services at a fraction of the cost it takes for that assistance to get in the hands of people that need it the most. The proposed process will replicate already successful models being utilized across Tarrant County departments, also mentioned in the backup documentation. Using actuals through May 31st, this department is on track to spend $2.72 for every dollar in service provided, an increase of 30 cents in cost per $1 in services provided over fiscal year 2024. While I don't believe this is a significant disparity between their cost versus the monetary services provided in any way is a negative reflection of the employees of that department. I just think this is simply a matter of moving to a process that will provide more in services to those most in need at less cost to taxpayers. As elected members of the Commissioners Court, you each have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers of Tarrant County. Approving this recommendation to eliminate this department and move to a detailed partnership model will show taxpayers you take this fiscal responsibility seriously. I ask you to approve this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Harrell. Following Dr. Harrell is Geraldine Jackie Cox.
Commissioners, you are not ready to make the decision to eliminate the Department of Human Services. That might eventually be the right decision, but not today because the proposal isn't ready. First of all, proposing $2 million in services with $300,000 for administration needs to be looked at. When you compare that to eliminating 20 positions and nearly $1.8 million that we're not able to distribute the full $2.3 million budgeted, we need to know why. You're assuming that fewer people in a nonprofit will be able to do more, will not face any of the barriers that our current staff faces, and I think that's highly speculative. Second, we've been hearing about the cost per $1 of services at $2.40. That's a worthy issue to look at. So why hasn't county administration addressed it? Right. If administration can't manage efficiency in-house, why should we believe they can manage outsourced services over which they have far less control? Or maybe there's a good reason for that cost discrepancy and our expectation of the nonprofits are not realistic. Third, before any decision is made, the performance metrics in the RFP and the payment terms deserve serious public attention. Emergency human services must be carefully designed with citizen input to avoid gaps. For instance, will there be accountability not only for admin costs, but also for approval rates and delivery? And will services be equally accessible regardless of precinct, age, gender, sexual identity, or race? Most nonprofits serve specific populations. Human Services helps all eligible Tarrant County residents. Don't move forward without citizen input to assure you have the best possible process. Fourth, as further evidence that this proposal is rushed, it twice promises a 1-month RFP response period and then just gives 3 weeks. The proposal is not ready for a vote, commissioners. You have time and responsibility to know what the issues are, be evidence-based, get citizen input. Postpone this vote to be sure that you get the best possible plan to move forward.
Following Ms. Cox, we have Deborah Kratke.
Can you hear me? I'm Jackie Cox. I live in Commissioner Miles' district. Judge O'Hare, when one looks at your website on the county, there's a little family photo, and you say, oh, I'm so proud. When I worked for Farmers Branch, I managed to reduce pension deficits, and I managed to save taxes. Well, this little scheme to cut out a department will in fact get something like 25 people out of your pension plan. And it will also save some money, but not a really huge amount of money. Your estimated taxpayer savings for this is $1,777,757. I imagine that Commissioner Ramirez is getting more than that to build new roads in Bonds Ranch. What this Commissioners Court is good at is development. Spending money on developers is one of your favorite things.
Yeah.
And what this Commissioners Court is bad at is taking care of the poor. You cut money for this. The people who need the money the most, you're going to reduce them to a much smaller budget and hope that maybe some nonprofit will bid on it and say, oh, well, we won't take more than half for administrative overhead. But whatever you're going to get out of a PNP, a nonprofit, is going to include a bunch of administrative overhead. So the money that you used to give out all in benefits will be cut back by however how much it's going to cost to pay the administrative costs of the nonprofit. This is hypocrisy, sir. This is not serve the poor. This is save money for taxpayers.
Following Ms. Kratky, we have Jane Collins.
Hi, Debbie Kratky from Crowley, Texas. I swear to God, Dr. Harold must have cheated off me, because a lot of what she was talking about are what I want to talk about. And first, I'd like to say, Commissioner Ramirez, I remember you when I worked with you over in Las Vegas Trail, and you did some good work there. But let's talk about this transition plan. It's not a month. You're not giving the people a month. You're giving them 14 work days. That's it, to prepare an RFP. And in the middle of that is Labor Day. So I'd say you're down to about 12 work days to prepare a response to an RFP for $2 million. We don't do that in government. We usually give 30 to 60 days for an organization to think through it, to see if it's a right fit. And somewhere in here, there should be a bidders conference so the people interested could come and ask questions and get educated so they can give you the very best proposal they know how. So that's one thing. Right now, there are over 2,000 nonprofits in Tarrant County, and I've been working with nonprofit, community-based and faith-based organizations with contracts for about 30 years, and I can tell you some of the things I've learned. One of them is there's only a handful of nonprofits in Tarrant County that could handle a grant for $2 million. Although I'm sure a lot of them would love it to have that much money, but you have to have a built-in infrastructure to handle that kind of funds. So now we're looking at maybe 10 or 12. And the problem with that, as Dr. Harrell said, many of those organizations have targeted populations. You've got targeted populations for veterans. You've got them for women and children. You've got them for reentry. The thing about human services with the county was they served whoever walked in the door, as long as they were residents of Tarrant County. So you're going to have to look very specifically for that. The other thing is most of these nonprofits have a real problem with cost reimbursement. And for people who don't understand that, that means they have to spend their own money, then bill, and then get the money back. That's cost reimbursement. And for most nonprofits, they have very little undesignated funds. And what that means is most of the money coming into their budget is designated for a particular service. So let's say during the first month of service, they pay $300,000 in rent, let's just pretend. That means they've got to have $300,000 in undesignated funds in their budget before they can bill you and get the money back. So that's going to be a real issue, I think, with this kind of money. If it was $200,000, I think most nonprofits could handle that. But if you're looking at millions of dollars, most nonprofits can't. So what I would suggest also is you need to take a serious look at how you're going to do this. Because what I'm afraid of is nonprofits are going to get real hurt in this. So thank you.
Ms. Kratzky, you're right. And think about the reimbursements. Now we're going to one meeting a month.
Yeah, that's a real issue. Yeah. And so I would really think about looking at that.
Yeah.
Following Ms. Collins, we have Levon Cockrell.
My name is Jane Collins, and I live in Tarrant County. I think that people should vote against this. I agree with the people that say you're not ready to do this. This hasn't been thought out well enough. And I think our concern should be with the vulnerable populations, not with saving taxpayers' money. And I think this is coming from an ideology rather than practical concerns here. I think there's people here that only think that government should not be involved and it should all be charity or nonprofit. And I think that's a big mistake if you're concerned about vulnerable people. I think they need to add more people to the Department of Human Services so they can help more people. All we have to do is look out at the number of homeless, the number of people that don't have enough to eat, to know that we need more people out there helping. And not if we put this in nonprofits, so nobody's going to be responsible. That's what it looks like to me. And I see that going on all over the country, shutting down departments, and then who's responsible?
Thank you.
Following Ms. Cockrell, we have Carla Palomares.
Hi, I'm LaVon Cockrell. Nice to see everyone. My what I've written is just all over the place because I've heard things today. Just talked to Demi. There are a lot of nonprofits that are not profitable and they're poorly managed. And I don't know how you're going to pick the ones that are regular or well managed. I don't know how you're going to manage the fact that they can't manage so much money deposited on them. And what that tells me is that this lady did not do her due diligence, and we need to send her back to the boards and let her talk to the nonprofits. The other thing, I taught at Western Hills High School, and forever, 20 years ago, and I could have told you 20 years ago, Manny, that there needed to be a health department over there. Every teacher in this town can tell you what you need. And the fact that the Republicans have held this court for 30 darn years and has said, let's privatize this, has made a lot of wealthy CEO Republican men, not that many women. This isn't anything about what I wrote. It's just that I'm furious. I am shaking furious about this. If the people in here hearing what we have heard today in her report to this commissioner, it's infuriating. And the fact that you want to take it down to one meeting, I probably should stop here before I start using those cuss words that I can now use after the age of 70 that my parents wouldn't let me use. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Ms. Palomares present? All right, next we have Alexander Montalvo. Following Mr. Montalvo, we have Michael Bell.
You got to hand it to that good old-fashioned mega math because it never makes any sense. So you're going to present numbers from a presentation, an incompetent presentation that missed so many data points, yet you're going to take it on face value and tell the public that, yes, this is what the cost, this is what the service is, but we hope we're going to do better. In what world does that make sense? That you're going to rush through this to eliminate service to 2.2 million people within a county and then hope that a nonprofit is going to come in and save you with a very, very rushed timeline. So between the Commissioner's Court here in Tarrant County and City Hall in Fort Worth today, the whole objective is let's eliminate things and hope we're going to do better. You have given us no reason to hope because we know what your plans are. We know what your plan was, Matt, when you tried to implement book bans to try to help dismantle public education and continue to worsen what is happening to schools across the state. We know what the racial gerrymandering is trying to do, costing us more dollars because of lawsuits that are going to keep happening and the costs associated with that. The cost of settlements because you don't want to address what's happening in the jail and people are getting murdered and killed all the time. And yet now you're saying we're going to give it to a nonprofit to be able to handle human services for a county of our size. It is the biggest load of bull any of us have heard from this court, and we've heard quite a bit. And Manny, once again, this is impacting members of your community and members of Black and brown communities across the county. and you are openly saying, let us continue to do harm. Let us continue to cut services. Let us continue to cut support, because as long as I'm with these two guys, I'm safe, and everyone else be damned. Between the court here and City Hall later tonight, we have Latino leaders in our community who are willing to sacrifice diverse community members in our city and our county for the sake of being in proximity of power, of white supremacist power. There is more that should be done around this if it is legitimate, and there is definitely improvement within the department that can be had, as anybody who's ever worked in anything in their life knows that process improvement, talent development, technology improvements go a long way, and y'all aren't pursuing
Thank
any
you.
of that.
Following Mr. Bell, we have Adrian Smith.
This is nothing less than a shame before God. The Tarrant County Commissioners Court's website reads, and I'm quoting, Tarrant County Department of Human Services, TCDHS, is the county's temporary financial assistance program. The mission of TCDHS is to provide social services and economic assistance to individuals and families. It doesn't stop there. The site even acknowledges, and these are your words, not mine, the need for financial assistance in Tarrant County is critical. Your need is very important to us. The online screening request may not be available at this time due to the high volume of requests that have been submitted, end quote. And yet you're cutting human services in the midst of pressing needs of some Tarrant citizens. Shame on you. This is unconscionable. This is unconscionable in the face of human need, in the face of rising housing insecurity, food instability, and gaps in mental health care. Your response is not to expand the safety net, but to cut it off. Not to meet the need, but to offload the responsibility onto already overwhelmed community nonprofit organizations. Shame. TCDHS receives as many as 500 calls a week, 500 cries for help, 500 lives trying to hold on. And your solution is to silence the phones, shut the door, and say, let someone else figure it out. Shame. Who's going to answer the next 500 calls? Who's going to walk the next mother through an eviction crisis? Who's going to help the senior citizen with no food in the fridge and no family left to call? Shame on you. Let it be let's be real. What you're proposing is outsourcing compassion and subcontracting justice. You're taking the one agency specifically charged with meeting urgent needs and handing that charge off to nonprofits and faith groups who are already operating on shoestring budgets and stretched staff. You're not solving the problem, you're shifting the burden. And you're doing it on the backs of the poor, the vulnerable, the sick, the left out, the elderly, and the marginalized. This county, one of the wealthiest in the state, shouldn't be gutting its human services. It should be leading the way. It should be meeting needs, not dodging them. It should be answering phones, not disconnecting them.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
With goodwill, doing service as to the Lord and not to man, knowing that whatsoever good thing any man doeth, the same shall he receive of the Lord, whether he be bond or free. And that was Ephesians 6, verses 7 through 8. To the Tarrant County Department of Human Services staff, let me begin by first saying thank you for all that you have been for the entire Tarrant County. Your love, considerations, and relentless efforts in supporting individuals and families in need throughout the years are truly priceless in every sense of the word. Know that everything you've done has been with a greater purpose, and I'm sure many recipients of your services appreciate you. I appreciate you. Let's begin with the 211 years of combined services that came before us as with the given proclamations that were read. Let's talk about the relationships that were established not only within a department, but the relationship that these individuals were able to have with the people they helped over the years. And I'm sure some of those were continual relationships. We heard the term retirement, but I feel like it's been more forced retirements than it is just retirements because, hey, I think I just want to retire now. Sounds like more forced. Option 3, I love option 3. Why not keep the department in its current functioning capacity and add the potential partners on for better outsourcing of said services? Because we said that it's been money left on the table. But if we're going to talk about money that's been left on the table, guess what? I can't get services if I don't have a roof over my head. I can't pay a light bill if I don't have a roof over my head. As far as hygienical services, I'm still limited. I can't shower. I can probably wash my face and brush my teeth, but I'm still limited. So we say from 2018 to 2025, there was a 7.5 million something left on the table. But again, what about the eviction rate that goes on in this county? Where are those numbers? We need to also factor in the eviction rate that goes on in this county. That's a part of the money being left on the table. 34 seconds. So current employees will be required to train potential partners. What happens to all of the case files that have been established over the years? COVID is not the measuring stick, you all. We can't measure things by COVID, when determining policy. And then we have there are no guarantees with this change. There are no guarantees. We're rolling the dice. But I guarantee we're going to crap out. I'll be back with public comment to finish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's our final speaker on item D1. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any other comments or
do.
questions from the court?
I have a question. I have a question for budget, and I have a comment. So for budget, how quickly can you get us information about the utility assistance money that I asked about earlier?
We have that information available. We can get it to you by the end of the day.
So, but not before this vote. How much?
I'm sorry?
Not before we vote. How much? So instead of saying we only gave out 880,000 or whatever it was, I think we need to add to that the grant dollars that we received.
The donations we received.
Yeah, and disseminate it, if we've disseminated.
No, ma'am, I can't get that to you before this vote that's happening right now.
Okay. And then to the constituents, pay attention to what's coming up. It's L1, and it's the Criminal District Attorney's Office asking for us to increase what we call here the higher end salaries for a particular level of attorneys. That will probably pass. And I think we're trying to increase how many positions? The higher end rate by 30%. So let's say the hiring rate is $50,000. The request today is to increase that 30% for one set 72s. What are 72s?
That's I get to talk about that one again later on. But that is not increasing at 30%. That's only increasing at 10%.
10%. There's a 30% on the communique and a 20%. But you're saying it's increasing at 10%.
They are, yes. I will discuss that later.
Okay. So we'll probably pass that when we're cutting human services and positions. So watch how that happens. That's it.
All right, anybody else have anything?
I'll just make one brief comment. I think there's been some very unfair mischaracterizations and attacks against our budget director, Helen, and I think you do a fantastic job. Every question I had, you answered. You answered thoroughly, you answered completely, and you gave me background on it. You were very responsive to our office. We had everything we needed coming into today to make a well-informed decision. And so I think you do a fantastic job. I think your staff does a great job, keep us well prepared. So heard a lot of things today that would counter against that. I just want people to know you probably have one of the hardest jobs in the entire county, and I think you do it really well with everything you have going on. So thank you for all your information and guidance that you've given us as we've had questions throughout this process.
All right, we have a motion and a second. If you are in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, if you are opposed, please raise your hand. All right, it passes 4-1. All right, with that, we are going to take, I show 1:18. We're going to take a recess until 1:30. We'll be back at 1:30. We're now in recess.
You still got it.
D3. You got it? Okay. Where are we? We are back from recess. The next item on the agenda is D3, which is removed from consent. D3 is consideration of interim funding for the continuation of 10 grant-funded positions for the Tarrant County DA's Office of Protective. Thank you. Item D3 is next up, consideration of interim funding for the continuation of 10 grant-funded positions for the Tarrant County DA's Office Protective Order Unit, Human Trafficking Unit, and Victim Services Unit. I will move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. We have one speaker. Where are we? Right here. Bishop Kirkland.
You guys lost my last request on the last agenda item, so be it. Why we keep hiring lawyers? More lawyers. Then when we need lawyers, we gotta go to West Virginia to get them. I don't understand that. And I say Victim Services Unit. How many people have come in this court and made complaints about victim services? And just for the record, 1099 employees don't pay taxes in Texas. They pay them in California. And I do want to go on record that I'm appalled that someone called out those people's names in open court for no apparent reason. So it looks like I'm making personal attacks on people, and it's your system that pisses me off.
All right, we have a motion and a second on item D3. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please, all in favor, raise your hand. All right, passes 5-0. Next, we go to A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. We go to F1, which is held, but we have speakers. So the court will not take any action on this until we have some legal briefing, but I will call out the speakers now. Bishop Kirkland is number 1. Following Bishop Kirkland, we have Sandra Cooley. This is item F1. I'm sorry? I can't hear you, but I'm going to call the names that I have as they go through.
Only problem I have with this is they're asking for $30K, and this is how we always start out, Commissioner Miles. We start out with these little ballpark numbers, and you come nickel and diming us every session, and no one's keeping a running total or telling us what the running total is of all these nickel and dime requests that you guys are fulfilling. And by the end of the day, we just keep seeing them, and we never know in the end how much we're actually spending. Here's a complaint that I've voiced to commissioners several times. Ask for what they need up front. We already know with current legal fees and legal costs, with all the people we pay, especially we got to go to West Virginia to get them, we're going to have to pay a whole lot of fees. And that $30K will be eaten up in a moment's time, and then we'll be coming back. And you ask for $15 to $20K more, and then before you know it, the running total is around $86,000, $120,000. But you keep nickeling and diming us. This process is not pleasing in my sight. Ask for what you need. Build the request in a way that we know approximately how much money that we're going to spend, and quit the horse and pony show. Thank you.
Next, we have Sandra Cooley. Following Ms. Cooley, we have Geraldine Jackie Cox.
Hi. I'm a Tarrant County resident and a voter in Keller ISD. I'm against hiring Tim Davis because he is still mired in the poo and the stink of the attempted Keller ISD split. Since 2022, Tim Davis of the Fort Worth law firm Jackson Walker has served as a legal counsel to the Keller ISD School Board as a separate entity from the district. During this time, our mostly Patriot Mobile funded school board trustees set school board agendas which have divided our community needlessly and set about ridiculous culture wars. And Keller ISD taxpayers like me, we've been forced to pick up Tim's tab for servicing our voter hostile board. For one long school board meeting in January the 9th, we were charged over $4,000. 2, it is my understanding that the South Lake office of Tim Davis served as a location where the idea of the failed school board split was hatched. Currently, there is a lawsuit to remove 3 Keller School Board trustees over their alleged participation in secret talks about splitting the district. To date, through 2025, Keller ISD has been invoiced $172,000 for the services of Tim Davis. Also included was $8,810 for expenses. Additionally, like the bishop said, the court proposes to hire Tim at $400 at a $400 rate for a maximum expenditure of $30,000. That's about 70 hours. I wonder what happens when when the $30,000 is not enough? Thanks.
Following Ms. Cox, we have Michelle Klein. Is Ms. Cox present? All right, Michelle Klein is up. No Michelle Klein? All right, how about Barbara Brewer?
Good morning. My name is Barbara Brewer, and I'm speaking today as a concerned Tarrant County taxpayer. I strongly urge you to not hire attorney Tim Davis. As a legal counsel for Keller ISD, Mr. Davis has already cost the district over $247,000 just since December. And that's in legal fees, money that should have gone to students and classrooms, not lawsuits, and not a political agenda. Tarrant County deserves better. There are many qualified attorneys right here in Fort Worth, Texas, that could represent Tarrant County Commissioners Court. As taxpayers, we are tired of seeing public money wasted. We don't want another dime going towards Mr. Davis or his law firm. Please make a fiscally conservative, responsible decision. Thank you.
All right, that's all the speakers we have on F1. Again, that is held. So now we go to H2 from consent. H2.
Judge.
Yes.
Sorry, we asked the court not to take action.
Yeah,
on that.
but there's speakers on it. Is there not?
There's one.
There's one. So while the court will not address H2, Ms. Cox had signed up to speak on it, but I don't believe she's here any longer. So now we will move to I3. And this may be the one that I pulled. Yeah, this is the one I pulled. Let me tell you why I pulled this. So I3 is consideration of a community facilities agreement with the City of Fort Worth related to utility improvements for the Plaza Garage expansion project included in the 2025 Capital Improvement Program. So the reason that I pulled this item, I believe it was November, perhaps it was December. There were two different TIF zones that were asked, the City of Fort Worth asked to extend them, even though they were nearing expiration, although I don't believe the expiration was until the end of this year. And what we did, and we approved it, and I voted for it, we approved, if I remember correctly, what amounted to $57 million over, was it a 15-year extension?
I think it was a 20-year
20-year extension, that instead of that money coming back into the Tarrant County coffers, stays in where it's the City of Fort Worth projects. And again, we put all kinds of things in there that allow us to approve the projects where the county money is used. But then I look at this and I see that the City of Fort Worth wants to charge us, or has charged us, and apparently we've paid it, $76,225 to inspect our parking garage. So we tend to run into this over and over and over again with Fort Worth, where they ask us to do something that will benefit the city, we agree, and then it doesn't seem, the favor does not ever seem to be returned. So I have probably two or three things on this. One, I want to see on any of these things moving forward, our staff go to them and say, waive, if they can legally waive this, waive it. And if not, then every time we're charged something like this, I think we should put the TIF extensions back on the agenda and reduce them dollar for dollar, the amount that they charge us to do things like inspect services. So that item is not on the agenda here now, obviously, that piece of it. But, and the same thing is going on with JPS. The fees that they are generating from a public hospital that are being paid into the Fort Worth budget, while we're sitting here looking at things to cut and reduce to not increase taxes, the city of Fort Worth is going to put out a budget that's going to cut the tax rate with Tarrant County money. So I think for me, enough is enough. Now, we have good working relationships with many people in Fort Worth. I think a lot of the people don't know this is going on, but I think we need to say, if we're going to participate with you in these kind of projects where you have tens of millions of dollars over the life of them, we're expecting some courtesy on things like this. So I've made my statement. I think we're going to enter this agreement, but it needed to be said, and I want to see us as a staff doing more to try to address this very issue. All right, anybody else have anything on this item?
Move for approval.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote by raising your hand if you're in favor. That's 2. All right. All opposed, raise your hand. Okay, that's 3. All right, item fails. Well, how about those apples? So, all right, so that was I3. Next, we come to L1. L1 is Human Resources, consideration to establish new hiring rates for job numbers 1026 and 1028. Is this you? Did you pull this off?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. So, Helen. Or Roxy, I'm not sure which one.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you about to ask questions?
No, I'm waiting for her to explain, what this is. So, explain it.
It is a request to the court to change the hiring rate only for grades 72 and 73, specific to jobs 1026 and I believe 1028, which are your misdemeanor attorneys, and then attorney ones in the felony division, increasing them from a minimum plus 20, what they're currently at for the grade 72s. This is your first year attorneys that are in the misdemeanor courts, to minimum plus 30%.
Okay.
The hiring rate for surrounding counties is, we are at the bottom. All of the surrounding counties have a higher hiring rate for our misdemeanor attorneys. It does not increase the maximum. All it changes is the hiring rate for the grade 72s. Because it took the hiring rate of the 72s above the grade 73s, we also did a minimum, which was originally minimum plus 10%, to a minimum plus 20% for the hiring rate, so that they would not be impacted by the increase of the misdemeanor grade 72s. The maximum amount stays the same. They cannot go above it did not change. And it's for those 2 positions. It's those 2 job codes.
Okay, 72 is a what type of attorney?
It's a misdemeanor attorney.
And 73?
I believe it's called attorney 1, but hold on, I've got it right here. It's attorney 2 felony, and it is that is the next step for grade 72 misdemeanor, which after they get experience, if there is a vacant position, they can be hired into the grade 73.
How many 72s are there?
There are 29.
29 positions. Okay.
I think at this particular time, it's either 11 or 12 that are vacant due to the lower hiring rate, us being lower than the surrounding counties.
Okay, same question for grade 73. How many positions?
How many? Hold on. There are 23.
How many open, vacant?
Of that, I believe there's only 3, but that wasn't the concern. The concern from the DA's office was the grade 72s.
Okay, so the recommendation for the grade 72s is what?
To only increase the hiring rate, not to reclass the position, which would cause a domino effect across the DA's office, and there were not vacancies to warrant us doing that. The
Okay.
only thing was the misdemeanors hiring rate, so it changed from minimum plus 20% to minimum plus 30%.
So first things first, you didn't have a dollar amount on the court communication.
That is
So
correct.
what's the dang hiring salary?
So the difference for the 72s is $6,648.46 annually.
6,600 something.
48.
6650 if you just went around.
Okay.
For the 72s.
Okay, what's the salary amount? $72,500 a year?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, the
What's
first
the
part of that.
salary?
The salary went from $79,781.52 to $86,429.98. Again, just the hiring rate. It does not change the maximum amount that they can receive.
The current hiring rate is 79,000.
If you want to just round 80.
Yeah,
80.
80,000.
To 86,000.
To 86,000.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
what you're requesting. That is a what percent increase?
It's a 10% increase because, again, they were minimum plus 20, now they're minimum plus 30. And I have information. Ellis County pays their misdemeanor attorneys $102,882. Ector County pays $95,000. Harris County pays $93,100. Taylor County $90,000. Dallas County has a minimum and a maximum that's higher than ours, and it's about $81,000. Rockwall about $81,000. Lubbock $80,000. Collins $79,080, and Tarrant County $80,000. Denton County pays higher. I do not have Denton County's right here, but they currently pay about, I think it's about $3,000 higher than ours. The last, if I remember correctly.
Okay, but you have a goal of lowering the tax rate and
That's why we
cutting
didn't
the
reclass.
budget. So you didn't reclass, but this pays the people more money?
It gives them more money as a hiring rate. So the DA's office has 72s all the way to 78s. If the bottom one is reclassed, they all have to be reclassed because it impacts all of them, and that would be in the tune of about $1 million plus. This only changed the hiring rate for a grade 72, and it did not increase the maximum amount that they can be paid. It stays the same.
Okay. Well, if we're cutting, we're cutting. So I'm sorry to have to be opposed to this.
All right, I'll move to establish new hiring rates for job numbers 1026 and 1028.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. All right, passes 3-2. Next item is M1. M1 is from the IT Department, consideration of a project addendum between Tarrant County and TechShare Local Government Corporation. Go ahead. What
I'm
you
ready
got?
to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Andre?
So for the addendum itself, why was this not done before the Texture Courts project began years ago?
Why was this not done? I cannot address that, Commissioner Simmons. That was long before my arrival.
All right, but you got something on the agenda, so you ought to be able to speak to it. You think you can find out for me why this wasn't addressed?
I'll be glad to ask the people that were around at that time.
Okay, and so for the scope of work, what stakeholders will participate in the selection process of selecting the vendor?
So I will participate in that together with the staff from TechShare. And of course, it will be submitted to the Board of TechShare for approval.
The staff of TechShare in Austin? Is that?
Well, they're actually, all over the place.
all over,
the place, but yes.
I just say Austin.
So I expect to be dealing with Ms. Lewis and Mr. Pickett and potentially others in terms of selecting the best possible vendor for this assignment.
What business units, process improvements have been identified? And does the county currently not have a technology roadmap?
For TechShare?
Under your scope of work.
So for TechShare, what we are going to try to find is one.
Say again.
I'm sorry?
Repeat.
I'm sorry, for TechShare, what we're going to try to identify is first and foremost whether the technology platform on which they are operating is sufficient for scaling in case that there is a marketing strategy that is identified that allows for more counties to participate in the near term. As with any cloud-based services, you have to be prepared to accommodate the needs of additional clients if they come by. And so we need to make sure that the technology is appropriate to that. In addition, we're proposing to have an evaluation of the landscape of organizations that provide similar software and that could be our competitors for TechShare in the marketplace. Also going to look at a marketing plan and what would be necessary to have a marketing plan so that there could be potentially higher acceptance amongst counties that are looking for similar types of software, and we could increase the chances of other counties deploying this software.
So we do or we do not have a roadmap?
For TechShare? Yeah, there is a roadmap.
Okay.
TechShare is responsible for that.
Okay.
And we also have requests for TechShare for improvements that are part of that equation.
Okay.
And potentially other projects that we are undertaking and that we need to undertake where TechShare could be a potential bidder.
Okay. I need to be updated on all of that.
Be glad to provide.
Okay. And the statement of work, what other similar consultant engagements have you participated in, and how successful were those engagements?
For this type of identification, a substantial number of them over my 40-plus year career, including in the federal government, contracts in the billions of dollars for software development and for cloud services. And so I would like to think that I'm fairly well versed in this particular discipline.
And over in IT, thank you for that, do we customarily pay for a service before the service is delivered?
So IT is not going to be paying for this service.
Okay.
The county is going to advance some funds to TechShare, and then those will be refunded in the form of credits against our maintenance and operation budget on an annual basis until that debt is fulfilled.
Oh. So we are going to...
There will be zero financial impact to the county.
Pay in advance and get a
Refunds,
refund.
absolutely.
So
in
we are
terms
going to
of-
pay for services in advance.
I guess you could make that case. We're making a loan to TechShare so that they can go out and procure these services because of their current financial situation. It would be very difficult for them to accommodate this expense at this time without affecting operations. And effectively, the county, is very, very dependent on TechShare being able to operate properly. And so we want to make sure that there's no financial impact to this organization that could negatively affect their ability to support the county.
All right, sounds like to me we're subsidizing somebody's business process. but-
Well, I mean, effectively, if I may, TechShare is a county asset. It's an asset for several counties who are participating counties. But by virtue of our larger presence to the tune of about 80%, TechShare is effectively an 80% asset of the county. So enabling them to look at their business proposition, to look at their platforms, to look at their marketing potential, I think that it is huge benefit to the county in terms of its ability to control its costs going forward. It is, in my view, unfortunate that the long history of TechShare, not always successful, continues to impact the perception of the organization and the software, and more importantly, of the value that it presents to the county. As we speak here, TechShare is effectively running the county. Our courts are running as we speak. The CDA office is running as we speak. Juvenile is running as we speak. The jail is running as we speak. All of that is taking place while we're here at a price-performance ratio that I believe exceeds anything in the industry. It is a product of high quality at this point. After a long struggle over almost 20 years, and a product that is remarkably inexpensive when compared with other solutions that exist in the market that do not have the same type of functionality and provide the same level of service. So as the CIO, being in charge of ensuring that the computing platforms for Tarrant County are about as good as they can be, I believe, and I'm actually quite satisfied, that TechShare, as we stand today, provides an invaluable service to the county at a price that could not be more optimized.
Do you all conduct end user surveys? Like, do you all survey our county staff that actually use TechShare?
Absolutely. I talk with my stakeholders on a daily basis. Right?
But you do some semi-formal research so they can respond anonymously.
Yes, absolutely. Which, by the way, I believe is the most important one, because one thing I can tell you, Commissioner, none of them hesitates to call me when something goes wrong. That's something I learned.
Or me.
Huh?
Or me.
Or you. No. Yeah, you've called me in the past, absolutely. So I think
they call me. They call me.
I ask you that if they do so, that they call me so that I can address it. I can tell you that in the 18 months that I've been here, so my direct experience, we've gone from a situation where I was getting daily calls, multiple daily calls about performance issues, about other issues, one might call bugs, that occurred on a regular basis. Knock on wood, I am no longer receiving those calls at all. As a matter of fact, I would struggle to remember a single call like that over the last 3 or 4 months. We have reached a level of stability with TechShare that is enviable, and that I am very, very grateful for, especially late at night and in the weekends. But that is due to the remarkable amount of work that has been done by both TechShare and the users in bringing to the table a working relationship that has provided us with great results. And so, and as a CIO that has no pride of authorship, right? Because I wasn't here when all this started. I can only be gratified that we got to a level of performance that is what a county like Tarrant County deserves.
That's all I have.
All right, anybody else have anything or a motion?
I'd move that we approve this, and then I'll have a comment.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Discussion.
My comment is maybe forward-looking. I think what we ought to do is have a full briefing on kind of TechShare, where their status is. So as you know, I stepped into Commissioner Fickett's role on the board of TechShare. And so there's been wholesale change there just over the past, 4 months. And it's remarkable, the track that I think is achievable in the next year and a half. And so I've been very impressed by what I've seen internally at their willingness to explore outside of the box ideas, all to the benefit of Tarrant County and our other partner agencies. So I think one of these days, maybe even in a special meeting, we do a TechShare or technology kind of roundup to see what's there, how we're performing, and I'd love for the rest of the court to have the visibility that I have into that system now. So.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on that item. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? All right, passes 4-1.
Thank you.
All right, now we come to purchasing. So I will make a motion, and feel free to pull one of these out here, that we approve 01 through 6.
Second.
All right, we have a second on that. Take a look at those, see if you have any questions, comments. So it's a motion and a second to approve 01 through 06.
I have a question about 3.
Fire away.
Is this a new contract?
That's why we didn't even mean that. Yeah, how about that?
Is this a new contract?
No, this is not.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I should have taken credit for being funny. I didn't know that's what that was, yeah. All right, anybody have anything? Okay, seeing none, motion to second to approve item 01 through 6. All in favor, raise your hand. All right, passes unanimously. We have a speaker on 07, which is why I didn't include that. So 07 is an annual contract for jail security electronics and software system integration, maintenance, and repair. I'll move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion before our speaker? All right, Bishop Kirkland.
I just have more questions today, and I'm sorry. I just got more questions. I'm like a 5-year-old. Please explain it to me, somebody, so I can understand. These software updates, all this stuff the jail needs. We, these people, the taxpayers, are paying for all of this equipment, and we still can't see tapes from Anthony Johnson Jr.'s murder. We bought this equipment. This equipment belongs to us. And because I'm a reader of faces, I know all of you, maybe with the exception of him, have seen that tape. Because I read people. I know that you and you have seen that tape. Because I read people. Why haven't we been privy to it and we're paying for it? That's like me paying for my motor vehicle and I don't get permission to drive it. And then when we ask questions like this, and when we challenge the powers that be in this room, I even watch people who sit along these lines and these corridors, and the disdain and the disrespect from looking under their glasses, passing notes, making facial gestures while Commissioner Simmons is speaking. Whether you like her or not, whether you appreciate what she brings to the table or not, as an elected commissioner in Tarrant County, she deserves your respect. I don't often agree with the three of these young
Okay,
men.
at the moment, we're not talking about an annual contract for jail security electronics. If you want to save that for public comment, great. If you want to talk about this item, you can continue
What
on
was
this
the item? I guess I missed up, Judge.
Yeah, it's annual contract for jail security electronics and software system integration.
Hell, I read it wrong. I'm sorry.
All right, we have a motion and a second on item 07. Any further discussion on that? All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. All right, it passes 5-0. Now I will make a motion to approve items 08 through 011.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second there. Anybody have any questions, comments on that one? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of this motion approving 08 through 011, please raise your hand. All right, passes unanimously. I did not include 12 because I have some questions on 12. So, who can talk about number 12? Can you talk about number 12?
Yes.
Okay. So, this is a one-time purchase of furniture for 350 West Belknap. Are we adding any new positions that are going into West Belknap?
None that I'm aware of,
Okay.
Judge.
So everybody that's moving into West Belknap currently has a place where they go to work and sit and have a desk and have file cabinets and whatever they have. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why are we buying new furniture?
We've already approved it. This is a recent.
That's not what I asked, though. Why are we buying new furniture?
I would point to a lot of these employees are in the old courts building, which is 200 Belknap. It's very dilapidated furniture. It's very old. We have a lot of leaks in there where we get water that actually damages a lot of the furniture in there anyway.
Okay.
So this is a wholesale replacement of very old and dilapidated furniture.
Okay. All right, that's what I had. Anybody have a motion on this one?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve item 012. Any further discussion? All right, please raise your hand if you're for it. All right, passes 5-0. All right, let's just do it one at a time here. 13, I'll move to reject all bids and grant permission to rebid.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, all in favor, raise your hand. Passes 5-0. Number 14, approval of invoice payment on-site geo elections, ARC, technical training services and election administration. I will move to approve payment of the invoice.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that?
Yes. So the training was completed without a PO or invoice for services?
Correct.
That's what happened here?
Yes, it's already happened.
Okay. Okay, and so we're just going back.
Yes, we sent a notice to the department as well as the vendor to remind them that they must obtain a PO prior to services being rendered.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, did we have a motion and a second on this one, right?
Yep.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, all in favor of 014, please raise your hand. All right, that passes unanimously. Now we come to 015, permission to take bids and issue RFPs.
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion and a second on item 15. Any discussion there?
15C, the purchase of firearms range target system for $115,000. Is this for the current fire range?
It's the current outdoor range, yes.
Okay. And this is a budgeted item?
I believe so. It reads in the 2025 budget.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second on item 015. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. All right, passes unanimously. Then we move to item O46 from consent.
That was me.
All right, let me read that here.
Okay.
O46, recognition of Tarrant County Purchasing Department 2025 Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award from the National Procurement Institute.
Was kind of wondering why that was on consent, and pulled it off to congratulate the purchasing department on this 2025 Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award from the National Procurement Institute. Congratulations to you guys. Not quite sure why it was on consent, but thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you very much.
All right, is that a motion to approve?
Yes, I'll move approval.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second on item O46. Any further discussion? All right, please raise your hand if you're in favor. All right, passes unanimously. Next up, we have board and commission appointments. I have 3 to make. I will move to appoint John Hinojosa to Trinity Metro in place of Paul Alvarado, and to reappoint Jack McCarty and Will Churchill to Trinity Metro. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, please raise your hand if you're in favor. All right, that passes 5-0. And any other board or commission appointments?
Yes. I have several, do them one at a time motion or the whole group motion?
Probably do them all at
Building.
once.
I move appointment of Jason Thomas to the Building Line Adjustment Board. Move approval or appointment of Jason Thomas to the Variance Appeal Board. I move to appoint Kelly Allen Gray and Stephanie Swan to the Child Protective Services Board. I move to reappoint Billy Wilson and Florine Barger Henry to the Historical Commission for Precinct 2. And that's all I have right now.
Okay, we have a motion, one motion. We're going to take that as one motion to appoint all those people or reappoint them as named. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. All right, passes unanimously. Any other board or commission appointments? All right, next up, we have operational impact of Tarrant County redistricting briefing.
Good afternoon, court members. Just a quick update on where we stand on operational impacts of redistricting. This is an amended version of the presentation you received during the last court meeting to really talk about items that are still on the table out there that we're working through to complete redistricting. So does this work? Okay, perfect. There we go. Okay, so we're down to really 3 departments that have primary responsibility in finalizing the implementation of redistricting. Those would be budget, elections, and communications. So under budget, the primary item that is left is the recommendations to each commissioner precinct related to the fiscal 2026 budget submission. We should hope to have those obviously finalized by the time we get to the budget hearings next Thursday, the 14th. Under elections, we have really 3 items that are left. Last time we had talked about the need to update the voter registration system. That plan has been completed, and Clint and his team are in the process of actually implementing that system. The notices to comply with requirements of voting was originally scheduled to be voted on today. However, we're going to bring that back at the next meeting to do that. And then finally, one thing that Clint's folks are working on, the new maps are officially effective for voting purposes as of January 1. So Clint and his team are working on a way to show those updates from a voter precinct level system without affecting the current maps that are still in place as it is right now. So they are working on what that might look like so we can make sure and get that information out to the public just as quickly as we can. On communications, we have sent notifications to our cities through the Mayor's Council, which actually met yesterday. Mr. McClinton made sure that the Mayor's Council was updated. The state and federal delegation have also received correspondence from us, making sure they were aware of Tarrant County's actions with regards to that. As I said, the Mayor's Council was updated yesterday during their regularly scheduled meeting. And then finally, on a communications front for external communications, we've been working on several communications to go out. We're trying to time those to line up to when the voting precinct maps are available. We don't want to put something out there too soon and then they say, well, where's my voting precinct? And we don't have that information out there yet. So today we just have what is a preview for you just to show you what we're intending to show the public through all of our communications channels. It's just a quick little video. I'll be honest, it was supposed to have audio in it. I think did we? No, okay, all right. So we tried hard to get the audio working. So just imagine some pretty acoustic guitar music playing while you're watching this next little video here. So, and that's not it. Whoop. What do I need to do, Garrett? Do I click something? Oh, there we go. They hit play. So again, nice little guitar music while you're watching this online. This will be shared on the social media channels as well as anywhere else that we see fit. We'll encourage partners to assist us in resharing that. So that was a quick little 17, 18-second video. That's the kind of stuff we're working on to just ensure that the community is certainly aware of that. But again, timing-wise, we want to make sure that lines up with what we're doing with the maps, just so, because the first question they'll say is, well, what's my new voting precinct? And we want to make sure that information is available as we start to further share out this information. Oh, that was fast. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, any questions for Chandler? All right, we have one speaker, Mr. Jimmy Blackwell. Mr. Blackwell. Is he present? There he is.
Judge O'Hara, we the people believe you already knew what the impact would be even before you pushed forward with this racist gerrymandering scheme. First of all, you knew that by fracking Precinct 2 into a precinct heavily populated with Republicans and Meganites would make it almost, if not impossible, for Commissioner Simmons to be reelected, therefore eliminating your strongest opposition. How dare this African of the diaspora woman challenge my slave authority? Second of all, you knew that by packing Africans of the diaspora, Mexicans and Asians into Precinct 1 would greatly dilute their vote and silence their voices. Also, by moving major industry out of Precinct 1, that move alone put Precinct 1 in a financial chokehold that would eventually leave it lifeless and the voices of the people, citizens of this county, ineffective. Judge O'Hara, stop hiding behind lies. Come clean. Grow up. Be an adult. And let the people know exactly what's behind this racist gerrymandering, redrawing of the precinct lines. Because we are well aware that this has nothing to do with the population, the boom, so to speak, because there has been no census since 2020. And we know that you rushed this thing through so that your agenda alone could be passed. Your failure to inform the commissioners of Precinct 1 and Precinct 2 of your actions only goes to show that it's not about population, it's about maintaining your control over this commissioner's court. As a matter of fact, if I may quote you, you said you would like to have all 5 Republicans, and that's fine. But
Thank
they
you, sir.
all 5 will be racists.
Thank you. All right. We now move to public comments. First person I have signed up to speak is Bob Willoughby. Following Mr. Willoughby is Bill Fisher.
I'm going to be talking about him. If he wants to leave, he can. Okay, let's start off with one thing real quick. We're at the comment meeting, right? Okay. You ought to move the public comment meeting to the top. You say you're Republicans, we the people first, put the comment meeting on top. It's there at the school board, it's there at council meetings, not ours, we don't have one. But anyway, put it at the top. Second thing is, real quick here, one thing y'all have in common with the school board, the city council, and the commissioner's court, you don't answer questions. Across the board, you don't answer questions. I've asked you a simple question, you never answer. I've asked you one, you never answer. I've asked a lot. That's okay, you don't do it at the school board either, or anybody else. No one answers questions. That's the first thing that needs to be fixed in the city. Second thing is, when you talk about you can't get reelected because of the drawing the maps, the same thing in Fort Worth where Lisa Beck in District 5 started crying because she wouldn't get reelected because they draw the maps. What I got to know is, you can't get reelected because you don't have Democrats voting for you? How about qualifications? Do they count anymore? Qualifications? What y'all are saying is, if I can't have black people voting for me, or if I can't have Democrats voting for me, and I cannot believe Biden, President Biden elected a vice president by race and gender only. Said my vice president's gonna be a woman, gonna be a black woman. No qualifications. What happened to qualifications? That's what I want. I don't care what race, gender you are. I want you to be able to answer questions. And when it comes to answer questions, Phil Soares didn't answer no questions. I've got documents at his desk right now that show misuse of funds, CCP funds, misuse of them. So when one woman said Josh shouldn't be trusted with giving out funds and stuff, you shouldn't be, because you're not holding Phil Soares to what he's doing. I got a document on his desk, 100, undisputable, undisputable. You know what he says? I'm not going to dispute it. I'm not going to act on it. I'm not going to answer you. There we are. No answers. That is the key problem to everything in the city. No answers. Number one, no answers. When you start answering, then we can start talking. Because we're in a partnership, whether we like it or not. You got our money, you got the rules, and we don't got anything out here but no answers. So anyway, if you don't think you can get elected because you're a Democrat, try qualification, go out and meet. There's 1%, only 1% voting in your district. 99% is not voting. What about those people? All y'all fight for is the same freaking group of people over and over and over. We're down to 1% voting. Get out there and knock on some doors and get some votes. It don't matter how they draw the lines. If you're good and you're qualified, you'll get elected regardless. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Fisher present? Is Bill Fisher present? All right, no Mr. Fisher. Next, we have Bishop Kirkland. Following Bishop Kirkland, we have Jasmine Hunter.
I'm appalled that he could attack her like that for a blast and don't get stopped. When they call you racist, when they call you out of y'all names, everything gets shut down. But when they attack her, it's full game on. That's the way the game's been played. I get it. It wasn't right, Bob. I just got questions again. Excuse me? I have questions again. Why did the Sheriff's Department employees are the only department in the county across the line got a 3% cost of living raise, and some of the people in this room right here didn't get one? And they kill more cattle, they kill more people than we kill cattle in the state of Texas. Yet everybody over there in that slaughterhouse got a 3% raise across the line, and not all county employees. I don't look for people to contact me in the county. They contact me. You know why? Because they're scared, they're afraid, because that's the way things go now, because our president does that. And since he does that, and he make people afraid to challenge him, now it's pervasive here. People are afraid of Mr. Hare. So they don't voice their opinions because they're afraid they're gonna get fired. So as if I don't have enough to do, county employees are contacting me because they're scared for their jobs. They're scared for their livelihoods. Can we please not go on television? Because we just, Miss who retired today, she didn't really retire, she was forced out of her job. So let's not go on TV and brag about how much we've saved in the budget cuts. In reality, we've eliminated positions, and we ain't saved no money. We just eliminated positions. I saw the whole interview, I almost threw up, Mr. Judge. I want to apologize. I read the agenda item wrong. I tried to stay on point. If someone would have given me that $900K that you had in surplus during the time of the debate today, and if you send me the stop six with that $900K, in less than an hour, I could have found a way to justify giving that money. Our problem, people, was an antiquated, outdated system. You cannot regulate Catholic Charities or any other major organization on how that money is going to be allocated or dispersed. I'm looking to see how this is going to come out in the wash. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Is Jasmine Hunter present? All right, next we have Amy Super, followed by Jimmy Blackwell.
Good afternoon. During the July 1st Commissioners Court meeting, Commissioner Simmons, you brought to the attention of all of us that the redistricting of the county precincts that the majority of you voted in favor of took effect the date that the vote took place. That's what I understood you to say. No one came back and said that that was incorrect. I was confused by what was presented by this gentleman just a few minutes ago, speaking about maps and voting precincts not being in effect until January 1st. So I don't know if I'm a constituent of Manny Ramirez or of Ms. Simmons right now. So I'm not sure if I should go on with the remainder of my comments, but I will. As it stands right now, I'm going to go ahead and believe that what Commissioner Simmons said was accurate, and it reflects what I've researched as well. That would mean myself and my husband are now your constituents. Our son and our daughter-in-law are also two of your new constituents. We were moved from Precinct 4 to Precinct 2. They were moved from Precinct 1 to Precinct 2. And at least 22 Tarrant County Republican precinct chairs have also become more of your newest constituents. I'm one of those precinct chairs. To say I'm engaged in getting out the vote would be a bit of an understatement. According to my party records, I personally knocked on more doors leading up to the November 24 elections than any other precinct chair in our party. We, the aforementioned New County Precinct 2 constituents previously referred to, would likely not have voted for you when you were last on the ballot. The following statements are my personal opinions as a constituent, as a voter, which I can feel compelled to share publicly. Anyone who considers what I say to be an attack on Commissioner Simmons needs to re-examine their own hearts and listen more carefully. I'm going to ask, because I've heard on numerous occasions you've made it abundantly clear with your words and actions the interests of what groups of people you intend to represent and which you feel best suited to represent. I don't fall into either of those categories. Yet you are obligated to at least appear to be willing to hear from all of your constituents, at least for the remainder of the time you remain County Commissioner for County Precinct 2. As your constituent, I respectfully request that you attempt to exemplify a more professional manner in your interactions with county employees during these live stream meetings. As part of their duties, they must present details and answer your questions about proposed consent agenda items, berating them, speaking in an exceptionally condescending manner, even accusing them of lying, which you did today, is simply not becoming of an elected official and is frankly cringeworthy to be in the same room when it occurs. So I'm going to ask that you do better as your new constituent. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Blackwell, we have Levon Cockrell.
Judge O'Hare, I don't believe that there is an accredited institution in this country that would adopt your leadership model. Your leadership model teaches if you cannot win based on established rules, then ignore them. If you cannot win fair and square, then change the rules. If you are challenged, then lie. If all of this fails, then you bring out the big guns: coercion, intimidation, and bullying. This model of leadership might last for a minute or two, but eventually it will fizzle out. Your problem, Judge O'Hara, is your overblown ego that cannot take strong opposition, especially from a strong African of the diaspora woman. And now it is the desire of this court to eliminate programs that were established to assist citizens that need assistance of this county, who need assistance from time to make ends meet, or at least to make them see each other. Commissioner's Court opened with a prayer. That's nice, isn't it? Yet you turn around and eliminate programs designed
We need to take one pause.
We had a what?
We had a small technical issue in the back.
Okay. All right, Ms. Cockrell, you can head back up.
Thank you, Judge O'Hara. I'm not real sure what I signed up for, but I want to read what I had written before I got so terribly frightened. I didn't get frightened, I got furious. Two different things. I just want us all to remember that 85% of charter schools are out of business within 15 years. And when you're doing this nonprofit information, this is going to be about the same thing. They're poorly run, most of them. Not talking about United Way, although their CEO has made themselves very wealthy. We know they're top-heavy in funding. And when you start privatizing the good health of the people in our city, where I see homeless people wherever I drive, it's like Fort Worth City privatizing doing our roads. And if you haven't come down Westridge Avenue, do it. Put something in the back that rattles and have a fun time doing that. Go down Vickery. Go down Allen Street, just a city street. That's what privatization does. And it was a Republican idea 30 years ago to pull all this money out and say, hey, let's make these people have things. But there is no accountability. It's fake data. It's poor management. It's no oversight. There's favoritism, and it's poor performance. Now, I can call my city councilman and say, I'm really mad about this. I'm going to start posting it on my Facebook page. People are going to go, yeah, that's a bad road. And eventually, finally, you get a phone call back from him. He goes, yeah, that's a bad road. I'm going to call the guy that made that road. And maybe we can get it smooth. But that was me being mad, being upset, calling. What you're planning to do by privatizing these monies, I mean, heck, there are people under the bridge right now. Hand me some of that, and I'll go down and give it to them. Yes. And then we can rent something for them and sustain. Let's just get them off the street. Get them off the street. And I don't believe these nonprofits can do this. If they could, they would have. If they could, they would have. And only a collective taxpayer system can actually make this work right for us. Also, you got to put a hallway here. This is a fire hazard. You know, if we had to exit, getting down this row is really bad. Just take some chairs out and get us an aisle. Thanks.
Is Carla Palomares present? Adrian Smith.
So as I begin, I'm going to end. Again, thank you all for how you all conduct business down here. Again, it's like night and day here compared to City Hall, but I'm appreciative of it. I know we're in election season again, and Judge O'Hara, you have shared with us publicly that you are running again. Kudos. I would not dare question you as a man, a father, a husband, anything of that nature. You have been very transparent on social media. We can engage you. You engage us back. You don't block people. You know, you engage us. So I appreciate that. Actually, your first run, I was someone who supported you. I did support you, and you came onto a platform that a friend of mine she had at the time, and you talked to the people, you know, and we heard you. The candidates didn't, but you came on, and you know you had my support. Now going forward, we have to see. I haven't, you know, I've seen a lot and heard a lot, and you know there are a lot of people who agree or disagree with some of the things you have done. But me personally, I'm still just watching and waiting and listening. You know, I would consider all candidates who put themselves up for office, but if they don't pass the mustard, then hey, you know, I'm just one vote. You know, I'm one vote. So to each of you commissioners, I mean, regardless of the changes that are happening, remember the people are the ones who are going to make the ultimate determination, you know. I know the political divide is here, you know. We know the political divide is here. But, again, the people are the ones who are going to have the final say. So I encourage you all, regardless of the changes that are coming. Some are voting with them, some feel like it's against them. Remember the people, just speak to the people, speak to the heart, speak to the minds. Get the people on board, because they're the ones who are going to make the final decision. Endorsements are good, but again, the people are the ones who are going to make have the final say in everything. I truly feel, y'all, we as a nation, I think we are starting to stink in the nostril of the Most High God. I know on our money is printed in God we trust, but I know that term is not talking about the God that created everything. It's talking about this is America's God right here. But I truly think we as a nation are starting to stink in God's nostril, and something is coming. I just pray we all are ready for it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, that's all the folks we have signed up to speak. Do we have any announcements or comments from commissioners?
I just have one. We've had a great intern with us all summer. She's been fantastic. Kelly Graham is here today. And so, Kelly, yes, I wanted you to stand up. She's been unbelievable. She's a Baylor student. She's about to go back to school. You're going to be seeing a lot more from her. But thank you for everything you did this summer. Every task, every responsibility we've given you, just crushed it. So good luck this school year, and we hope to see you back next year.
All right, anybody have anything else? Okay, the court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551, 071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. It is now 2:50. Executive session will begin promptly at 3:05. We are now in recess. back from executive session, and we only have one item to address, which is item F1. Consideration of an employment agreement engaging Tim Davis of Jackson Walker for the defense of Tom Wilder, District Clerk, in a lawsuit entitled the State of Texas. Lewis Brooks McKenzie, Jose Porto Layton versus Tom Wilder. Do we
Move
have
for
a
adoption.
motion?
Move for adoption.
Okay. We have a motion. I'll second it. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. Passes 4-1. There are no other items to address. We are now officially adjourned.